Chapter 41:27. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Don't forget your previous oath. As a Dao protector, he should protect Yang Kai's safety. If anything happened to him, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely suffer a backlash. Zhu Jiuyin, that's why I told you to run. Aren't you quite good at running? The secret communication with Zhu Jiuyin only took a moment. On the other side, Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan with a cold face and said in a deep voice, I wonder why Headmaster is blocking the way here? It was a waste of time to ask this question. The other party had set up an ambush here, so they definitely did not have any good intentions. When she asked, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. I will hold them back later. Hurry up and leave. She had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation base. Even if she was not a match for this group of people, it would not be easy for Qi Xing to kill her. Zhao Baichuan did not answer, and just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Chun Tianfei smiled and stepped out from behind Zhao Baichuan, cupping his fists. Greetings, consecrated Yang. Miss you, He lowered his posture very much, as if he was still in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai responded casually and said indifferently, Is there something, Headmaster Chen? Chun Tianfei said, It's nothing. I just want to ask where you are going. If you don't mind, how about traveling with us? Where are you going? Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. Star City has been destroyed, and we are now rootless duckweeds. We don't know where to go. Consecrated Yang is also considered a consecrator of Qi Xing. We are all on the same side. If Consecrated Yang has a good place to go, can you help us a little and let us have a place to stay so that we don't have to wander around? Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but he secretly felt strange in his heart. This group of guys blocking here obviously wanted to harm him. However, even if they had such a great advantage, why didn't they make a move? Instead, they were talking nonsense with him, and looking at Chun Tianfei's expression, he was obviously worried about something. What did they have to worry about? With a thought, Yang Kai came to a realization. Indeed, they should be wary. What he was worried about was Zhu Jiuyin. They also knew that he was the bearer. After all, Zhu Jiuyin had lived in Crimson Star City for several years. Zhao Baichuan had even brought Chun Tianfei and the others to visit that woman. Now that the great cosmological realm was closed, they were not sure if they had brought Zhu Jiuyin out. Although Zhu Jiuyin was nowhere to be seen, he still had to be prepared. If he really brought Zhu Jiuyin out, how would they dare to fall out with him? That was why he was feigning civility. So that's how it was. Understanding the thoughts of Qi Xing's people, Yang Kai calmed down and smiled slightly. Master Chen's words are reasonable. This king is a foreign elder of Qi Xing and has received their incense for many years. Now that Qi Xing is in trouble, this king cannot just stand by and watch. How about this? If you are willing, you can follow me. Chun Tianfei's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he probed, where does foreign elder want to go? Yang Kai took out the map of the universe and channeled his power into it. A route immediately appeared on the map of the universe, which was the route he had planned before. He reached out and pointed at the end. There is a Star City here. I want to go there. Star City? Chun Tianfei was puzzled. Yang Kai chuckled. I forgot to tell you, this king was born in the First Inn, and my lady boss is Madame Lan of the First Inn. She was trapped in the great cosmological realm before, but now that she is free, I should go back and find her. Madame Lan. Chun Tianfei was shocked, and even Zhao Baichuan, who had been calm all this while, narrowed his eyes. Madame Qin hesitated. Could it be that Madame Lan Yuruo Lan? In this trichiliocosm, there were not many famous women. Many people had heard of the lady boss's reputation, and this Madame Qin was also a woman, so she knew a lot about the deeds of the lady boss. That's right. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Madame Qin. Madame also knows my lady boss. Madame Qin smiled embarrassedly. She is very famous, like thunder in my ears. This was the person she worshipped, and she had thought more than once that if she could reach Madame Lan's level in this lifetime, she would have no regrets. Chen Tianfei was surprised. So the consecrator is from the first inn? Yang Kai blushed with shame. I'm ashamed. I'm just following the lady boss's orders. Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Zhao Baichuan, vaguely feeling that things were getting a little tricky. They were indeed trying to harm Yang Kai by stopping him here. After all, he had snatched countless treasures from Crimson Star over the years. So how could they be willing to let him go? Moreover, the divine origin magnet stones that Yang Kai had harvested from the divine origin magnet mountain were also a huge fortune. They had heard that Yang Kai had collected quite a few 6th grade divine origin magnet stones. The Star City was destroyed, and Crimson Star had also suffered heavy losses this time. If they wanted to make a comeback, they would need a huge amount of resources, which was why they had targeted Yang Kai. But now, they actually learned that this guy was from the first inn. They had never been clear about Yang Kai's origins, and only now did they know that he was related to the first inn. No wonder the Emperor realm had such a strong foundation. With Madame Lan's careful guidance, it was not surprising. After saying so much, do you want to go to the first inn with me? Yang Kai asked. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. This old man has long heard of the first inn's great name. In my early years, I have also made a few transactions with the first inn, and it is indeed a fair trade. However, what can we do if we go to the first inn? As far as I know, it is not so easy to enter the first inn. Yang Kai smiled. Normal people naturally can't enter, but if you bosses are willing to suffer a little, this king can guarantee that you can do odd jobs and such, right? Zhao Baichuan's eyes twitched, and Chen Tianfei laughed dryly. They were all mid-level heaven splitters, so no matter what they did, they wouldn't go to the extent of doing odd jobs, right? If this spread out, how could they face others in the future? Zhao Baichuan immediately said decisively, this Zhao appreciates revered elders' good intentions, but people like us are used to wandering the clouds and wild cranes. I'm afraid we won't be able to stand any restrictions. This first inn is fine. That's a pity. Yang Kai sighed and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. With Boss Chen's looks, I originally wanted to let him exercise more to lose weight. Chen Tianfei smiled along, but his face was about to stiffen. Zhao Baichuan said, this trip will take us through several large territories. The journey is long, and there may be dangers ahead. If revered elder doesn't mind, let us escort you. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai raised his hand and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to come and take advantage of me, I will definitely make sure they do not return. The moment he raised his hand, the pattern on the back of his hand flashed slightly, and at the same time, a divine spirit aura spread out. This was naturally the result of the communication between Yang Kai and Zhu Jiuyin. It was not convenient for Zhu Jiuyin to make a move, but releasing a strand of divine spirit aura was not a problem. Zhao Baichuan and the rest's faces changed. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Without leaving a trace, Zhao Baichuan took a few steps back and cupped his hands. Since that is the case, then I will not delay, revered elder. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We will meet again. We will meet again. He led he and the rest, and walked past them, leaving behind a trail of dust. When they were far away, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. That fellow actually brought Zhu Jiuyin out. The Ouyang brothers' faces were also ashen. Ouyang Lai said, the might of a divine spirit is truly terrifying. When that strand of divine spirit aura spread out, he did not even have the courage to resist. He felt as if he was going to suffocate to death in the next moment. Ouyang Bing looked at Zhao Baichuan with admiration. Great master is wise. You did not fall out with him at the first moment. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Chen Tianfei smiled apologetically. Great master is naturally wise. But now that that brat brought Zhu Yin out, I am afraid we cannot do anything to him." As they spoke, the group looked at Zhao Baichuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. His eyes were overflowing with light. It was obvious that he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction Yang Kai left and said with hatred, "Damn it, we fell into his trap." "What?" Chen Tianfei and the rest looked at him in confusion. "This brat was bluffing just now. Chase after him," Zhao Baichuan shouted and took the lead to run forward. Chen Tianfei and the rest did not dare to delay and followed behind. Madame Qin asked, "Great Master, you said that brat was bluffing just now?" Zhao Baichuan snorted. If he was not bluffing, why would he take the initiative to mention the first in? And Madame Lan, why would he expose Zhu Yin's aura? What kind of person is that brat? You have known him for so many years, don't you know? If he really had some tricks up his sleeve, why would he be so polite to us? I'm afraid he would have already taken advantage of us and taught us a lesson. Everyone's heart sank, thinking carefully, it was indeed so. The first time Yang Kai crossed paths with Qi Xing was when he forced his way into Qi Xing and killed Gan Hong and the femme fatale, the two leaders. Then he showed his strength to crush everyone, acting like a tyrant in Star City, madly exploiting Qi Xing's benefits. It could be said that such a person was very difficult to get along with, but when Yang Kai spoke to them just now, he was very polite. In these few years, when did Yang Kai treat them with such a face? The more he acted like that, the more it showed that he was guilty. They all felt that Zhao Baichuan's words made sense, exposing the relationship between the first in and Madame Lan, and revealing Zhu Yin's aura. Could it be that he was using Madame Lan's power to intimidate others? Chen Tianfei was cautious by nature. He hesitated. But, Great Master, if he is deliberately showing weakness, what should we do? Zhao Baichuan snorted. Whether he is bluffing or deliberately showing weakness, we will know when we catch up with him. At the same time, thousands of miles away, Yang Kai, Yu He, and the rest were escaping quickly. Yu He was puzzled. "Young master, why are you running so fast?" Yang Kai said with a serious face, "I don't have much contact with Zhao Baichuan. But this person can become the leader of Qi Xing. He is definitely not a simple person. What I said just now can scare him for a while, but it can't scare him forever. Who knows when he will come to his senses and chase after us? It is better to leave quickly." Chapter 41:28. After a cup of tea's time, Yuhi's expression changed as she cried out in alarm, "Oh no, they've really caught up." Yang Kai turned his head back and saw several dozen streaks of light rushing over. His heart was filled with resentment. Being weak really was frustrating, being bullied everywhere without being able to resist. Turning to Lu Shui, he said, "I'm afraid this matter can't be settled peacefully. If you don't want to be implicated, you'd better part ways with me here." Lu Shui glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, not expecting him to think of this at this time. Her heart warmed slightly as she shook her head. "Even if we part ways now, I can't get rid of the responsibility. If I stay, I'll be able to increase my strength." Yang Kai nodded, not bothering to persuade her, directly summoning his wish pouch and covering her and Guizian. The two understood and did not resist being put into the pouch by Yang Kai. Leaving Yuhi behind to look after each other, he quickly fled. Firstly, Yuhi had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation, so her speed was not slow. Secondly, if something unexpected happened with Yuhi by his side, he could block it for a bit. Guizian was a 2nd stage heaven opening, and Lu Shui was a 4th stage heaven opening, so bringing them along would undoubtedly slow them down, so it was better to just put them into the wish pouch. Sure enough, there's a trick. This boy is too cunning. Behind them, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. If Yang Kai really had nothing to fear, he would not have immediately increased his speed after discovering them. The more Yang Kai acted like this, the more it showed that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chen Tianfei even suspected that he did not bring Zhu Jiuyin out at all. The divine spirit aura he felt before might not have been released by Zhu Jiuyin himself, although that divine spirit aura was not fake. It could have been released through other means, such as Zhu Jiuyin planning some kind of secret technique on Yang Kai in advance. He's running pretty fast. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. His brother Ouyang Bing said that Yuhi is a fifth stage heaven opening. After all, only First Master can match her speed. He tried to flatter him without leaving a trace. Madame Qin was puzzled. Why did those two suddenly disappear just now? Chun Tianfei said, that little brat surnamed Yang seems to have an artifact that can accommodate living creatures. Weren't the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon suddenly released by him? Everyone had witnessed the battle where Yang Kai killed Gan Hong and the femme fatale. Although it had been many years, the scene was still vivid in their minds. Thinking about it carefully, they knew that Guizian and Lu Shui, who were slightly weaker, must have been taken away by Yang Kai. Great Master Zhao Bai Chuan coldly snorted. He raised his hand, and a bright light flashed in his hand. An object suddenly spun and rapidly expanded, turning into 100 zhang tall mountain. All of you, come in, the great master bellowed, and was the first to rush into the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that the great master was serious this time. He had even taken out this artifact. Without hesitation, they all rushed into the mountain. There were quite a few spirit peaks in the mountain. Several dozen heaven-opening experts stood on the spirit peaks and poured their strength into the mountain. The head boss stood on the tallest peak, controlling the situation and controlling the technique. The 300-meter tall mountain immediately rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was ridiculously fast. In front, Yuhi sensed the movement and turned her head to look back, her pretty face paling. Zhao Bai Chuan even took out the 100 tempering peak. How shameless! This 100 tempering peak was not only a secret art artifact, but also a defensive artifact and a flight artifact. It could be said to have many uses in one body. It was quite famous among mid-rank heaven-opening cultivators, so it was not surprising that Yuhi knew about it. Originally, she had relied on her fifth-rank heaven-opening cultivation to flee with Yang Kai, not inferior to Qi Xing and the others in terms of speed. After all, although Qi Xing was also a fifth-rank heaven-opening cultivator, Zhao Bai Chuan was the only one. The remaining masters were all fourth-rank heaven-opening cultivators, while the others were all low-rank heaven-opening cultivators. Their cultivations were uneven, and their speed could not be unified. But now, with this 100 tempering peak, everyone could work together. Not only could they move together, but their speed was also much faster. While speaking, Yuhi also hurriedly summoned her own flight-type artifact, which was a small boat. Pulling Yang Kai onto the boat, she turned into a stream of light and moved forward. However, the great of Yuhi's flight-type artifact was obviously not as good as Zhao Bai Chuan's 100 tempering peak. What's more, there were dozens of heaven-opening cultivators on the 100 tempering peak working together. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. The distance of thousands of kilometers quickly turned into thousands of kilometers, then hundreds of kilometers. Zhao Bai Chuan's voice came from behind, directly pouring into the hearts of Yang Kai and Yuhi, two friends. This Zhao suddenly remembered something and needs to discuss it carefully with foreign elder Yang. I hope foreign elder Yang can make it convenient. Although he had pursued them to this point, he still did not directly shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because he was careful. In the end, although he was confident that his speculation would not be wrong, he was also afraid of the aura of the divine spirit from before. Everything had to be prepared. It was precisely because of this cautiousness that Zhao Bai Chuan was able to build a foundation in the vast trichiliocosm without any foundation or background. Otherwise, he would have died countless times long ago. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat, looking at Zhao Bai Chuan coldly. and snorted, "What else does Chief want to discuss with this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan said, "This matter is of great importance, and it concerns the survival of my Crimson Star. I must explain it clearly face to face. Foreign elder, please wait." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could he not know that he was thinking about his huge harvest in the Great Void Realm? What about the survival of Crimson Star was all nonsense, but on the surface he remained calm and nodded, so serious. "Then this foreign elder will have to listen carefully." While speaking, he turned his head to Yu-He and ordered, "Stop the boat." Yu-He slowed down as she was told. As soon as he slowed down, Zhao Baichuan was a little surprised. The speed of the 100 tempering peak, which was originally rushing over, also dropped sharply. In less than 10 breaths, it stopped directly in the void. Yang Kai said mockingly, "Doesn't Chief have something to discuss with this foreign elder? Why are you stopping? Are you teasing this foreign elder? Quickly get on the boat and talk." Zhao Baichuan was stunned by his bluff and almost doubted his own speculation. Was this guy still deliberately mystifying, or was he inviting him into a trap? If his speculation was wrong, if he got on the boat, there would be no good end. For a moment, it was difficult to get off the tiger. Yang Kai urged a few times, but Zhao Baichuan did not move. He could not help but say angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, you are so bold. How dare you tease this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not make a sound. Yang Kai said bitterly, "This foreign elder has other important matters to attend to, so I will not argue with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He turned his head and ordered Yu-He, "Let's go." Yu-He was covered in cold sweat and hurriedly urged the boat to fly away. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kai Yang's courage. Again and again, he had bluffed and bluffed, but Zhao Baichuan had actually been fooled by him. She knew that this was also Zhao Baichuan's cleverness. If it was Chen Tianfei and the others, they would not be so easily fooled. Sometimes it was not a good thing to think too much. I fell into a trap again. Seeing the boat fly away, Zhao Baichuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must pull out that kid's tendons and skin him." Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, "Please calm down, First Master. This brat is indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Once we catch up to him, I will capture him and let First Master deal with him, however he wants." The group immediately urged their power and urged the Bai Lian Peak to chase. The distance between them quickly closed again. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat and said angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, if you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." Zhao Baichuan did not speak. What responded to Yang Kai was a stream of light from the Bai Lian Peak. Yang Kai shrank his neck and flashed into the cabin. Yu-He maneuvered the boat and nimbly avoided the terrifying attack. "Sigh, I can't scare him anymore." Kai Yang sighed. He knew that he had almost reached his limit. Zhao Baichuan was too cunning. If he didn't show any real skill, then he would only rely on his mouth to make him retreat. It was simply a fantasy. Scaring him twice was already his limit. Now it would be a life or death battle. Yang Kai was extremely resentful. He was chased by the divine spirits in the great cosmological realm, and after leaving the great cosmological realm, he was chased by Qi Xing. His growth was simply a history of blood and tears. The 100 Tempering Peak was an offensive and defensive artifact, and it was also a flying artifact, so it was very useful. Now that it had several dozen heaven-opening realm masters, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. As they chased, streaks of light shot out from the peak, forcing Yu-He to dodge. The small boat was like a vast ocean in the middle of a storm, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Seeing this, the many heaven-opening realm masters of Qi Xing were naturally excited. Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked Yang Kai, If Yang Kai really had a way to fight back, he would not hide it. However, he could only dodge and flee. In other words, Zhu Juyin was not brought out by him at all. The divine spirit aura released before should have been left on him by Zhu Juyin. Everyone's hearts were set, and they poured their strength into the mountain with even more effort. Time passed, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Another stream of light shot out, and Yuhi hurriedly steered the boat to dodge, but at the same time, as if she had foreseen it, the second stream of light blasted towards the place where the boat was dodging. Yang Kai's vision was immediately filled with dazzling light, and a huge crisis shrouded his heart. He shouted, "Not good!" Yuhi's face was also filled with despair. The other party's attack was about to arrive, and it was too late to dodge at this time. Judging from the fluctuations in the attack, if they were hit, she and Yang Kai would definitely not have a good ending. Just as she did not know what to do, Yang Kai had already hugged her waist, and then the world spun. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared hundreds of kilometers away. A dazzling light bloomed somewhere in the void. Yuhi's heart was empty, and her mind was somewhat shaken. At this moment, her connection with the boat was completely cut off. How could she not know that her boat had been shattered? The light that burst out was the scene of the boat being shattered. Chapter 41:29. Yuhi's face instantly turned ashen. It was not that she felt sorry for her secret treasure. Although the secret treasure was not bad, it was not particularly precious. However, the boat was destroyed during the escape, and the future was bleak. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space and was good at escaping, under the pursuit of Qi Xing, the law of space might not be useful. Back then, she had also chased after Yang Kai in the void and experienced the profoundness of Yang Kai's teleportation. However, in the end, Yang Kai was still captured. She was a fifth stage splitting heaven, and Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth stage splitting heaven. She was able to take down Yang Kai back then, so how could Zhao Baichuan fail? Just as he was about to let Yang Kai go first and stay behind to resist for a while, he saw Yang Kai sneer, "If you want to play, this king will play with you. Let's see who can play who." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the law of space and teleported thousands of miles away. It was a pity that there was no place to hide in this vast void. Even though they were a distance away, they were quickly discovered by Qi Xing's people and continued to chase after them. The speed of the Bai Lian Peak was ridiculously fast, and they were constantly closing in on each other. Yuhi said, "Young master, why don't we go to the heavenly temple? There is also a heavenly temple in this large territory. I left a heavenly temple there, so I can take you there." The heavenly temple was a fortress built by the joint efforts of many paradises. All battles were prohibited there. As long as they could hide in the heavenly temple, then the two of them would be safe. It was impossible for Zhao Baichuan and the others to chase into the heavenly temple to make things difficult for them. Yang Kai shook his head. "We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Even if we go to the heavenly temple, we can't hide in there forever." Yuhi thought about it and agreed. Although the heavenly temple was safe, they could not hide in it forever. She stopped persuading him. After teleporting, Yang Kai relaxed his mind and let Yuhi use her power to wrap him up. After all, his speed was not as fast as Yuhi's. At this time, it was better to let her take the initiative. Bai Lianfeng quickly chased after them from behind. When they reached a certain distance, Yang Kai took over and teleported away again. On 100 Refining Peak, Zhao Baichuan stomped his feet in anger, while Chen Tianfei also cursed loudly. This little brat surnamed Yang was too good at running. Although he had long heard that those who were proficient in space principles were adept at escaping, it was only today that he truly witnessed it for himself. If he did not seal the space around him, he would not be able to stop his movements at all. However, Yang Kai maintained a certain distance from them, not giving them a chance to seal the sky and lock down the earth. After several days of continuous pursuit, Qi Xing and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai. At a certain moment, Yu He suddenly exclaimed, "Young master." A few of them ran out. Yang Kai turned his head and looked back, only to see several figures descend from the 100 Refinement Peak. Immediately after, the hand seals changed, and the light of a formation shone under the feet of those people. It was the light of the Qianquan escape technique. He couldn't help but snort coldly. They went to the Universal Hall. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Universal Hall, where this large territory was located. Qi Xing's people probably thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Universal Hall, so they sent a few people ahead of them to stop them. Little did they know that if Yang Kai and Yu He really wanted to go to the Universal Hall, they would have done so long ago. Why would they foolishly fly over? However, this was the effect that Yang Kai wanted. Seeing those people leave, Yang Kai immediately had Yu He change direction. On 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know that he had fallen for Yang Kai's trick? However, it was too late to regret now. Those heaven-opening realm masters had already gone to the Universal Hall, and the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact them in a short time. Chun Tianfei was confused. Where is this brat going? Zhao Baichuan also did not know, but 2 days later, he knew what Yang Kai was planning. He was actually planning to leave this large territory and enter another large territory. In front of the territory gate, Yang Kai activated the territory shuttle and passed through with Yu He, directly entering another large territory. An hour later, 100 Refinement Peak plunged into the territory gate, but looking around, the surrounding space was empty. There was no trace of Yang Kai. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Zhao Baichuan shouted angrily. Nearly 30 figures immediately flew out from 100 Refinement Peak. Some immediately scattered in all directions, while others used the Universal Escape technique to head to the Universal Hall. Zhao Baichuan himself controlled 100 Refinement Peak to speed forward and continue searching. However, because of Yang Kai's actions, he had no choice but to split up. Now, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening realm masters left on 100 Refinement Peak. The 100 Refinement Peak's secret treasure was more powerful and faster the more people it could use it. Now, there were only a dozen or so people left, so it was much slower than before. Very soon, a subordinate sent a clue and found Yang Kai. Looking at his route, he was actually heading towards the territory gate. Zhao Baichuan silently took out the map of the universe and checked his location. He made a prompt decision and put away the 100 Refinement Peak before activating the Qianquan escape technique with the remaining heaven-opening realm cultivators, heading towards the Qianquan Palace in this region. Without stopping to rest, he rushed out of the Heavenly Hall and met up with one of his subordinates. That person immediately reported, "First Master, I found out that the 2 people from before came to the Heavenly Hall and are now heading in that direction." What else was there to say? Summoning 100 Refinement Peak again, Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Chase. 2 days later, as expected, he saw the figures of Yang Kai and Yu He in the distance. In front, Yang Kai also sensed something and turned his head to look. His face couldn't help but darken. They're like ghosts. Qi Xing and the others were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off at all. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Cuiwei Palace?" Cuiwei Palace was her faction, according to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master. It could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only heaven-opening realm master in Cuiwei Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, The rest were all homeless people from the Emperor realm or cultivator below Emperor realm. The entire Tsueiwei Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Tsueiwei Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yuhi had been running Tsueiwei Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Tsueiwei Palace, they didn't need to fear Qi Xing and the others. Where is Tsueiwei Palace? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location. Here, Yang Kai checked and slowly shook his head. It's too far. We still have to pass through 7 large territory. We can't make it in time. If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. Then what should we do? Yuhi had no idea. Yang Kai said, I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk. He originally wanted to escape back to the first inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The first inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bai Lian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yang Kai didn't rely on the Space Divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yang Kai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of heaven-opening realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few, but along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yang Kai had Yuhi, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yuhi. Immediately, Chen Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators away. The Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and he suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, no matter how eloquent he was, he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging Bai Lian Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered. Run. Why aren't you running? I can't run anymore. Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted. Since that's the case, then obediently surrender, and you'll suffer less physical pain. Yang Kai said, Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Lao Bai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, she swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. Such a vow was heartless. If she couldn't do it, she really couldn't advance to rank 7. Hearing Yang Kai mention the lady boss, Zhao Baichuan showed a look of fear. Although he had been trying to reach rank 6, he didn't have enough foundation after all. Naturally, he was not a veteran rank 6 like the lady boss. If he was targeted by her, Qi Xing would be finished. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai's huge wealth made him very tempted. He snorted, As long as I kill you, how will Lan Yoro know what happened? Yang Kai nodded. So, the boss wants to kill all of us. Then you want me to obediently surrender? You believe me just because I said it? Zhao Baichuan sneered. As he spoke, he was already hundreds of miles away. He was about to reach the limit. In the next moment, He could block the place where Yang Kai was standing to prevent him from using the law of space again. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and waved his hand. I will remember the boss's gift today. I will repay you generously in the future. Zhao Baichuan had a bad feeling. He couldn't care less. He raised his hand to grab Yang Kai and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" A giant hand fell and grabbed at the void, but at the same time, Yang Kai and Yue's figures had disappeared. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. In the perception of his divine thoughts, he also lost track of Yang Kai's aura. How is this possible? Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Chapter 4130. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had tried to steal the Golden Crow's corpse, but he had been surrounded and intercepted by many heaven-opening realm experts. In the end, he had relied on the space spirit bead to escape. If not for his ignorance of the universe escape technique, he would have been able to safely escape to the First Inn. Unfortunately, the lady boss had used the universe escape technique to return to the First Inn to stop him, forcing him to use the golden annihilation plume. In terms of speed, even with the space principles, he was not as fast as the 100 refinement peak and would be caught sooner or later. However, with the space spirit bead's positioning, he could teleport a long distance, so it was easy for him to shake off Qi Xing and the others. Find him. You must find him for me. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. However, he was not too worried. Although Yang Kai had temporarily disappeared, he was still in this large territory. The other leaders had already sealed off the entrance to the territory, so it was wishful thinking for Yang Kai to leave this large territory. On the 100 refinement peak, one figure after another flew out, searching for Yang Kai. At an unknown location, a space spirit bead floating in the void fluctuated with the space principles, and two figures appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not put away the space spirit bead, leaving it where it was. He had left this bead behind when he was escaping. He had left more than a dozen such arrangements, almost covering the entire large territory. The space spirit bead was very small, and it was not eye-catching in the large void, so the chances of it being discovered were not high. It was left here as a backup plan. Who knew when it would be useful? Yuhi looked around and did not see Qi Xing and the others, so she knew that the two of them were temporarily safe. She said, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we leaving this large territory?" Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. Chun Tianfei and the others are nowhere to be seen. If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to the territory gate. If we want to leave, we will definitely clash with them. You are strong, but they outnumber you. You may not be able to get rid of them. If you go to the territory gate, you will only be walking into a trap." After pausing for a moment, he asked, "How's your understanding of the thing I gave you?" Yuhi was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She had been using her energy to refine the jade pendant. Her mind was immersed in comprehending the jade pendant. She replied, "I was in a rush. I only managed to refine 10% of it." 1 point. Yang Kai muttered, "That should be enough." "Young master, where does this jade ring belong to?" Yuhi asked, puzzled. Previously, when they were escaping, Yang Kai had suddenly handed this jade ring to her, telling her to comprehend and refine it with all her might. Yuhi didn't know the reason, but she didn't ask and just did as she was told. However, as she comprehended and refined it, she discovered that this jade ring was actually the seal of a large formation, just like the seal of Hertsuewei Palace. She had never heard of Yang Kai being involved with any forces. Although he was a member of the First Inn, the seal of the First Inn's large formation could not be in his hands. That kind of thing could only be controlled by the lady boss. No one else was qualified to have it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Do you know what this large territory is called?" Yuhi didn't know. She immediately took out the map of the universe and checked it. She suddenly said, This is the territory of Kikikyo. Outside the map of the universe, there were many large territories in the 3,000 worlds. In this large territory, there were countless forces of different sizes. Generally speaking, if there was a second-class force in this large territory, then this large territory would be named after this force. For example, in the large territory of the Blessed Paradises, the Xiao Yao Blessed Land was the Xiao Yao territory, and the Yin Yang Wonderland was the Yin Yang territory. In this large territory, there was a second-class force called Kikikyo, so it was named Kikikyo territory. A large territory without a second-class force was nameless and was only named by a code name, such as DJIU territory, C-17 territory, and so on. Yes, this is the territory of Qiqiao. Yang Kai's voice was filled with a trace of nostalgia. Yuhi's heart moved. She covered her red lips and said in surprise, "Young master, this jade ring, could it be the seal of Qiqiao's large formation?" The reason why she had such a guess was because he also felt that this large formation seal was not a low-level one. At the very least, it should be a second-class force. But how could Yang Kai have the seal of Qiqiao's large formation? Yang Kai laughed loudly. This is indeed the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. With it in hand, we can sneak into Qiqiao's territory without anyone knowing. As long as we hide in there for a while, Qi Xing's group will not be able to find us and will naturally leave. Yuhi was stunned. She looked down at the jade ring in her hand in a daze. She was speechless. This really was the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. This didn't make sense. Such a precious item would only be in the hands of the leader of a force. How could it be in Yang Kai's hands? According to what Yuhi knew, the leader of Qiqiao's large group was a fifth-stage heavenly monarch called Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. His strength was on par with hers. He was not a person to be trifled with. "Young master, where did this come from?" Yuhi was puzzled. "It's a long story." Yang Kai identified the direction and called out, "I'll explain it to you as we walk." After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Yuhi learned that when he first entered the outside world, he was lured by Qiqiao's fire spirit land's venerable Duan Hai and was abducted into Qiqiao's territory to work as a servant. He spent quite a few days in Qiqiao's territory, and when he went out to hunt down a person called Feng Tai, he encountered an old man called Su Huang. This Su Huang had a deep relationship with Qiqiao, and according to Yang Kai's guess, Qiqiao's territory should have been Su Huang's, but for some reason it was occupied by Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. With his territory snatched away, Su Huang naturally vowed to take revenge. And the Six Directions wish pouch belonged to Su Huang. Su Huang had planted a flying blackback centipede in Yang Kai's Dao seal to threaten him, and used the Six Directions wish pouch to bring him into Qiqiao's territory. As the owner of Qiqiao's territory, Su Huang naturally had a grasp of Qiqiao's grand array. He quietly infiltrated Qiqiao's territory to tamper with the refinement array's control, but due to a strange combination of factors, Su Huang had no choice but to fight against Qiqiao's heaven-opening experts alone. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like rivers. Several of Qiqiao's venerable guardians died, and Yang Kai knew that only two died. The water spirit land's venerable died, right in front of him, and even his spatial ring was taken away by him. If not for that, he wouldn't have had so many heaven-opening pills to stay in the first inn. The fire spirit land's venerable guardian Duan Hai was also killed, and Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch suffered heavy injuries. In that battle, the Seven Openings land's earth protection array revealed many flaws, causing many of the disgruntled odd job workers to flee. That was when Kai Yang took advantage of the situation to escape. At that time, old Feng Bai Qi, Daiyu, and Ah Sun were with him. Later, Si Chun, great general, went looking for his family, stayed in the first inn, explored the Sun Star, and snatched the Golden Crow's corpse. Qiqiao's land was the first great force Yang Kai came into contact with after entering the 3,000 worlds. Towards this force, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest goodwill. If it weren't for Su Huang being exposed ahead of time, forcing him to act, Yang Kai's attribute power would have been taken away by Duan Hai. When Yang Kai was fleeing, Su Huang, who was seriously injured, chased after him and gave him the Spirit Array's seal on his deathbed, so that Yang Kai would have a chance to avenge him and take back Qiqiao's land in the future. Yang Kai didn't dare refuse at that time and accepted this jade slip. Later, Su Huang died, and Yang Kai buried him in a sealed world bead. As for revenge, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He had indeed suffered a lot in Qiqiao's land, but in the end, he had turned the situation around. When he grew up in the future, if there was a chance, he could come back and seek justice. Before he grew up, he had never thought about returning to Qiqiao's land, let alone that this jade slip would one day play a role. Yang Kai spoke calmly, but Yuhi was infuriated. Those damn bastards. They actually abducted those newcomers who had just entered the 3,000 worlds as slaves. This is simply unforgivable. There is no need for such a force to exist. Young master, you can rest assured that I will definitely seek justice for you. Yang Kai chuckled. Let's just do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. There's no need to force it. The two didn't move too quickly because they had to pay attention to hiding their tracks. Crimson stars, several dozen heaven-opening realms, were scattered throughout this large territory, so there was no telling when they would run into them, so it was best to be careful. Fortunately, their journey was quite smooth. A few days later, a large fog suddenly appeared in front of them. This fog was so thick that it blocked their line of sight, and even their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. The Qiqiao land had arrived. The two of them had already used their own techniques to conceal their figures and auras as they quietly approached the fog. Yuhi was a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Unless one's strength was on par with hers, it would be difficult to detect her. Although Yang Kai's strength was lacking, with the shadowless veil, no one below the mid-heaven opening realm could spy on him. So, he didn't have to worry about exposing his tracks. As they approached, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the fog was tumbling like gray clouds, but there were many weak spots in the fog that were clearly different from other places. He knew that the last time Su Huang caused havoc in the Qiqiao land, he had already caused irreparable damage to the Qiqiao land. The weak spots in the fog were the weak spots of the Qiqiao land's grand formation. Although it had been more than a dozen years, it wouldn't be easy for the Qiqiao land to repair these places. Not to mention, the Qiqiao heavenly monarch should also be recuperating and wouldn't have much energy to deal with these things. Yang Kai calmed down. Although the jade ring was the rune seal of the Qiqiao land's grand formation, Yuhi had only refined a small portion of it. He was originally a little worried that they wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the Qiqiao land, but now it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. Without needing Yang Kai to say anything, Yuhi had already flown towards the weak spots. After silently observing several flaws, Yuhi finally chose one and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Young master, I'm confident that I can bring you in, but I don't know if we'll be discovered after we go in. If we are discovered, we'll have to leave quickly. I know. Let's do it. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, they were being pursued by the Scarlet Star sect, so the worst-case scenario would be to hide in the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 40:131. Yuhi activated the power of the Jade Pendant and shot out a ray of light. The thin fog rolled and slowly parted to the sides, revealing a passage that led to the inside. The two looked at each other and entered without hesitation. Only when the two figures disappeared did the fog slowly close up. There was no abnormality at all. A moment later, Yang Kai and Yueha entered the Qiqiao land. The process was unexpectedly easy. They didn't dare to act rashly, and instead hid their presence and waited in place for a long time. After an hour, there was still no movement from the Qiqiao land. Only then did Yang Kai confirm that the two of them didn't alert anyone. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. Su Huang's havoc a dozen years ago had caused many flaws in the Qiqiao land's defensive array. Yueha had also refined a portion of the Jade Ring's power, so she was naturally able to enter without alerting anyone. If the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was vigilant, he might have discovered the two of them. However, Yang Kai guessed that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was still recuperating. Su Huang had said that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord would not be able to recover without many years of recuperation. As far as the eye could see, the traces of the great battle were long gone. The entire Qiqiao land was made up of 7 spirit provinces and occupied a vast area. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was called the Qiqiao land. These 7 spirit provinces were also very special. Each spirit province nurtured different elemental powers. The yin, yang, and 5 elements all gathered together. The Qiqiao land planted fruit trees with different elemental attributes and produced spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was able to gain a foothold in the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, many cultivators were flying around the spirit states, heading to another place floating above the Qiqiao land. That place was the Qiqiao land's odd job market. Every month when the market opens, Kai Yang looked around for a while, thinking about it. That place was a fragment of a world. It was unknown which generation's master of the Qiqiao land had moved it here to be used as a marketplace. Every month, there would be 3 days when the marketplace would be open for the odd job disciples of the Qiqiao land to exchange and trade. Yang Kai had even bought a grade 3 metal attribute material, the unsullied golden dew, for Daiyu. Thinking back to how difficult it was to earn heaven-opening pills when he first entered the 3,000 worlds, he could not help but sigh. Now his net worth was more than 100 million. In just a short 10 years, such a change had occurred. Yang Kai was very familiar with the market. After all, he had been here many times. His destination was the world fragment where the market was located. The 7 Openings land had the 7 Openings heavenly monarch and several earth protectors. It wasn't safe for him and Yuhita to hide there. However, it was different in the market. Most of the people gathered there were chores disciples. There were very few true 7 Openings land disciples. If they hid there, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. He quietly called out to you. He then followed the crowd and flew toward the market. Soon, they landed on the world fragment. The world fragment wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Only a small portion of the world fragment had been used. There were still many places that had yet to be explored. Yang Kai and Yui found a remote place and quietly dug a hole to hide. At this point, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. This escape had come to an end for the time being. All that was left was to wait for Qi Xing's people to leave. Then he would find an opportunity to leave this place. A trace of weariness crept into his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since the land of the ancients closed, he had been on the run. First, he was chased by many divine spirits, and now he was being chased by the Crimson Star. He secretly swore that when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm in the future, the first thing he would do was find Qi Xing and let Zhao Baichuan know the consequences of offending him. His mind was immersed in the strange space behind his hand. He wanted to ask Zhu Jiuyin how she was doing, but who knew that this guy had fallen into a deep sleep? He knew that her source was damaged and urgently needed to be healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so weak. For any holy spirit, their source was their foundation. Just like a cultivator's Tao seal, if one source was severely damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. Only after a long period of recuperation would there be a chance. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are you refining this jade?" He saw he's sitting in a lotus position, immersed in her thoughts as she held the jade slip in her palm and focused on refining it. He had given this jade slip to you, he before mainly, because her cultivation was higher than his, allowing her to refine it faster. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. If Yang Kai had refined it himself, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through the defensive spirit array and sneak in here in just a few days. But now that he had come in, there was no need to refine it. Yuhi opened her eyes and said, "Young master, don't you want this Chiqiao land?" Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but laugh. Even if you refine this jade and control the formation here, it won't be easy to seize the Chiqiao land. Back then, Su Huang was also a 5th grade heaven opening, which was the same as Yuhi. Back then, he was the original owner of the Chiqiao land. After all, he knew everything about this place. He used the jade to control the formation in his hand, to fight the Chiqiao heavenly monarch and the many venerables who protected the earth. In the end, he didn't succeed, and even lost his life. So even if he completely refined this jade, she might not have a chance to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. Changing the topic, Yang Kai nodded and said, "But it's up to you. It's never wrong to refine more." Although it was still safe to hide here, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. When that time came, the more they refined the jade, the more initiative they would have. Yuhi nodded and focused on refining again. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. Time passed by little. In the void, on the main peak of the 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. From the information he received from his subordinates, Yang Kai had disappeared without a trace, which made him extremely annoyed. In the great cosmological realm, for more than a decade, the biggest winner was Yang Kai, but if there was a second winner, it might be Qi Xing. Although Qi Xing was crazily plundered by Yang Kai, and 70% of all the profits fell into Yang Kai's pocket, Qi Xing also relied on Yang Kai's power and reputation to develop in the great cosmological realm, accumulating a huge amount of wealth and manpower. Star City's 3 great forces were Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight Sect, and Crimson Star. Originally, Crimson Star was ranked last, but because they had clung to the big tree known as Yang Kai, they were able to survive and quickly rise in adversity. As for Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight Sect had long since been destroyed and no longer existed. However, it was one thing to be in the great cosmological realm, and another thing to be out of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, Zhao Baichuan was willing to be under Yang Kai because Yang Kai had Zhu Juyin behind him. However, in the outside world, without the suppression of the fog of the great cosmological realm, Amir the Emperor realm was nothing in his eyes. Thinking of the 70% of the profits that went into Yang Kai's pocket, how could Zhao Baichuan tolerate it? 30% of the profits was already so huge, let alone 70%. If he could kill Yang Kai and snatch back the other profits, Qi Xing's future would definitely be bright. Zhao Baichuan was also confident that he could break through to the 6th stage within 10 years. However, that brat was too good at running away. Even if he mobilized dozens of heaven-opening realm experts and used the 100 Refinement Peak, he still couldn't stop him. This large territory was still sealed. It was certain that Yang Kai must still be in this large territory, but no one knew where he was hiding. These days, some of the small forces in the 7 Openings territory had encountered great misfortune. In this large territory, the 7 Openings territory was not the only force in this territory. There were many other forces that couldn't be seen in public, as well as many Qinquan worlds. In order to search for Yang Kai, Qi Xing's people could be said to be unscrupulous. However, they had many heaven-opening realm experts, and Zhao Baichuan, a 5th stage heaven-opening realm expert, was present. Even though those small forces were sullen, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only let Qi Xing and the others barge into their headquarters and search wantonly. The entire 7 Openings territory could be said to have been stirred up by Qi Xing. Zhao Baichuan looked at Chen Tianfei and asked, "You still haven't found him?" Feeling Zhao Baichuan's suppressed anger, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I haven't found him yet, but don't worry, Chief Head. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." The entrance to the territory was still sealed by Qi Xing. If Yang Kai wanted to leave this large territory, he would definitely cause a commotion. Humph! Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. This king also knows that Brat won't be able to escape, but if he continues to hide, where will we find him? Chen Tianfei bitterly said. Chief Head, it's not that we aren't doing our best, but that we don't have enough people. In order to chase after Yang Kai, they had run through several large territory, and Zhao Baichuan had only brought a few dozen heaven-opening realm experts with him. The majority of Qi Xing's people were still on the way, and it would take them at least 1 to 2 months to arrive. However, if they wanted to rely on these few dozen heaven-opening realm experts to find someone in such a large territory, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Baichuan clearly also realized this point, and his brow furrowed. Chen Tianfei observed his expression and said, "Chief Head, if we want to resolve the situation, we can only borrow troops." Borrow troops? From where? Zhao Baichuan lowered his head and looked at him. Chen Tianfei chuckled. "I won't hide it from Chief Head. In this large territory, there is a force called Qiqiao Land, and the master of Qiqiao Land is Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. I once had a good relationship with him. So if Chief Head doesn't mind, we might as well go to Qiqiao Land and have this subordinate try to borrow troops from Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. If he is willing to help, then things will be simple." Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Zhao Baichuan seemed to recall something. Could it be that Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch, who came to Star City and did many business with Qi Xing's? Zhao Baichuan had heard of this person before, but he had been in seclusion to break through to the 6th grade in the early years, so he had never met him. During his time in seclusion, all of Qi Xing's affairs had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and it was during that time that they had come into contact. However, Chen Tianfei would report this matter to him afterwards, so Zhao Baichuan had only heard of Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 4132. That's him. Chen Tianfei nodded. That 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch is also extremely strong. A 5th stage Heaven Splitter. Zhao Baichuan nodded. A 5th stage Heaven Splitter was on par with him, and as the leader of a region, his status was definitely not low. He asked solemnly, "Are you confident?" Chen Tianfei chuckled. "I'm 90% sure. However, there will definitely be a price to pay, and First Master will be the leader this time." "Paying a little price is nothing." Zhao Baichuan nodded. Since he wanted to borrow troops, he definitely needed some compensation, but as long as he could find Yang Kai, it was worth it. "Let's go to 7 Skills Land." Chen Tianfei immediately pointed the way, and 100 Refining Peak quickly headed towards 7 Skills Land. A day later, Chen Tianfei pointed to the fog ahead and said, "First Master, we've arrived at 7 Skills Land." Zhao Baichuan looked over and saw the fog tumbling, but he could not see the inside of 7 Skills Land. He could not help but nod. The atmosphere of a great sect is truly extraordinary. Chen Tianfei chuckled. "This is the first time subordinate has come here. Please wait a moment. First Master, allow me to send a message to 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch and have him open the door." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei immediately took out a token and poured his divine sense into it. 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch had gone to Star City many times to make a few transactions with Qi Xing, so he and Chen Tianfei naturally left a way to contact each other. However, it had always been 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch who went to find him. Chen Tianfei did not expect that one day he would have to ask someone else for help. He had just begun to contact Seven Skills, Heavenly Monarch, when the fog tumbled and squirmed. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket blasted out from the fog, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chen Tianfei was stunned for a moment. His narrowed eyes were filled with light that filled the sky. Zhao Baichuan's expression also turned solemn as he shouted, "Open!" With a rumble, the 100 refining peak shook and rich earth element power gushed out from 100 refining peak, forming an airtight layer of protection around this artifact. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The lightning struck the 100 refinement peak, causing the illusory figure to sway unsteadily. What a powerful attack! Zhao Baichuan's expression turned cold. Even the 100 refinement peak could not withstand such an attack a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several more bolts of lightning striking from the fog. At the same time, a furious roar came from the Qiqiao land. "You Xiushan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You want to seize my Qiqiao land? Be careful not to overeat yourself." Chen Taifei was dumbfounded. He and the others had just arrived here, and they were attacked. He had no idea what was going on. Who was this Yu Xiushan? Rumble. Wherever the lightning passed, the void shattered. The 100 refinement peak was a treasure that Zhao Baichuan had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was extremely extraordinary. Seeing the lightning attack, the 100 refinement peak quickly shrank. At the same time, it moved unsteadily to avoid the lightning. Even so, it was still struck by a bolt of lightning. The mountain shook again, and one of the mountain peaks broke in half. Chen Tianfei. Zhao Baichuan was furious and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. The damage to the 100 refinement peak made his heart ache. Although this treasure was not bad, it was difficult for it to block the power of the formation. Chen Tianfei was covered in cold sweat. He could not care less and hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly Lord, stop, stop. I'm Crimson Star Chen Tianfei, not Yu Xiushan." "Heavenly Lord, did you recognize the wrong person?" If he did not hear wrongly, the voice that shouted from the Qiqiao land just now should be Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the faint lightning in the fog suddenly stopped, and a surprised voice sounded, "Chen Tianfei? Crimson Stars Chen Tianfei?" Chen Tianfei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly flew out of the 100 refinement peak and revealed his fat figure. Who else could it be? "Heavenly Lord, take a closer look." A moment later, a surprised voice came from the fog. "It's really Brother Chen." It was difficult not to recognize him. Looking at the trichiliocosm and the billions of living beings, it was difficult to find a fatty like Chen Tianfei. But soon, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao snorted coldly. "Why did Brother Chen come to my Qiqiao land? Who's in that peak?" Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, "Heavenly Lord, I have something to ask of you, so I came here. As for this peak, it's called the 100 Refinement Peak. It belongs to my first master, so it's naturally my first master." As he spoke, he turned around and gestured to Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. After pondering for a moment, he put away the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed himself. Along with him were more than a dozen low-rank heaven splitters. "It's actually First Master Crimson Star." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was obviously shocked. "I've heard a lot about you." He had been to Crimson Star City several times, but he had never seen Zhao Baichuan. He knew that this guy had been in seclusion all year round to break through to the 6th rank, so he did not mind. Now that this person had come out of seclusion, could it be that he had already reached the 6th rank? Thinking so in his heart, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's tone could not help but become much more polite. Zhao Baichuan's face was cold. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked for no reason, not to mention that he was already annoyed by Yang Kai. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly. This old man has long heard of the Heavenly Lord's name. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao said, "Brother Chen, why have you come here today?" Chen Tianfei said, We do have a request. Can Heavenly Lord allow us to have a chat inside? In the fog, Heavenly Lord Chichiao was silent for a while before saying, "Please." When he finished speaking, the fog rolled, revealing a passage. Chun Tianfei could not help but sigh in relief. He looked back at Zhao Baichuan with an inquiring expression. Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chun Tianfei smiled slightly and cupped his hands. "Sorry for disturbing you." As he spoke, he led the way forward. Behind him, Zhao Baichuan was like a moon surrounded by stars. Not long after, they entered the Seven Openings land. Suddenly, a group of heaven splitters appeared in front of them. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a face as clear as jade. Chun Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. "Greetings, Heavenly Lord." This person was the master of the Seven Openings land, Heavenly Lord Chichiao. Heavenly Lord Chichiao laughed and went forward to hold Chun Tianfei's arm. "After so many years, Brother Chun still looks as good as before. Congratulations." Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. "Heavenly Monarch, you flatter me. In recent years, Sai, it's a long story. Allow me to introduce you to Heavenly Monarch. This is Great Leader Zhao of Crimson Star. Great Leader, this is Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills." Heavenly Lord Chichiao cupped his hands. "He Zhao." Zhao Baichuan returned the greeting. "Heavenly Lord is too polite." Heavenly Lord Chichiao saw his expression and knew that this guy was still holding a grudge over what happened just now. He hurriedly explained, "He Zhao, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to attack you just now. It's just that our Seven Openings land is under attack and has been troubled for many days. Suddenly, I heard a disciple report that an expert had arrived. I thought it was that thief again, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope Head Zhao can forgive us." Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Someone actually came to find trouble with Heavenly Lords? Only now did he understand why the other party had attacked him as soon as they met. It turned out that they were treating him as an enemy. Since it was pardonable, the trace of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Chun Tianfei said in shock, "Who is so bold to come here and ask for food?" "Sai, it's a long story." Heavenly Lord Chichiao sighed, his tone and expression exactly the same as Chun Tianfei's. Zhao Baichuan raised his eyebrows. "Heavenly Lord seems to be injured." He found that although this person was at the 5th grade heaven opening realm, his aura was somewhat unstable. Not only him, but the 3 4th grade heaven opening realm experts behind him were also the same. Heavenly Lord Chichiao said angrily, "I was injured a few years ago and still haven't recovered. Even my Seven Openings land's defensive formation was damaged. If it weren't for that, how could Yu Xiushan dare to bully me?" Previously, he had called out Yu Xiushan's name. Now that he mentioned it again, Zhao Baichuan and Chun Tianfei immediately understood that this person should be the one who was scheming against the Seven Openings land. Let's not talk about such a troublesome matter. Today, the 2 leaders of Qi Xing's group have come to my Seven Openings land, bringing light to my humble dwelling. Come, prepare a banquet. Let this Heavenly Lord, Brother Chen, and Leader Zhao drink and chat merrily. With this order, someone immediately went to prepare a banquet. Heavenly Lord Chichiao warmly invited Zhao Baichuan and Chun Tianfei. The 2 naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately went to the banquet. In the market, Yang Kai and Yuhi looked at each other, somewhat speechless. They actually chased us all the way here. Could it be that they discovered something? Yuhi couldn't help but worry. The commotion just now had been quite big. Even though they were hiding in the market, they still noticed it. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between Heavenly Lord Chichiao and Chun Tianfei, so they didn't know what they were talking about. Although it's unlikely we can't let our guard down, Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He didn't leave any flaws along the way, so the people of Qi Xing shouldn't have discovered them. Moreover, if they really did discover something, they would have already taken action. How could they have left them alone? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was naturally impossible to leave now. It was very likely that they would alert the enemy. Moreover, not all of Qi Xing's people were here. It was obvious that some people were still searching outside. Now they could only wait and see. While the two were secretly worried, at the banquet, everyone was exchanging toasts and toasting each other. Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao intended to befriend Zhao Baichuan, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. However, he soon discovered that Zhao Baichuan was only at rank 5. It seemed that he had not successfully advanced to rank 6. While he was disappointed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only at rank 5 and he was injured. Facing a rank 6 was quite stressful. During the banquet, everyone only talked about romance and nothing else. They all got along well. Chen Tianfei wanted to mention to Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao about borrowing troops, but he was secretly stopped by Zhao Baichuan. Chen Tianfei didn't understand, but he did as he was told. After the banquet, Zhao Baichuan mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the Qi Qiao land. The Qi Qiao Heavenly Lord naturally agreed and allowed the Earth Spirit to personally bring Qi Xing and the others to tour the 7 spirit continents of the Qi Qiao land. Earth Spirit Venerable was the same as Duan Hai. They were both grade 4 sky splitters, which was the same as Chen Tianfei. Under Heavenly Lord Qi Qiao's secret instructions, he naturally led the way with all his heart. As a result, both the host and the guest were happy. Chapter 41:33. At night, Qi Xing and the others were settled down. In a palace, Zhao Baichuan stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Chen Tianfei stood behind him without saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Baichuan sighed. What a beautiful scenery. Old Chen, what do you think of the Qi Qiao land? Chen Tianfei did not know why the great master asked this, so he pondered for a moment and said, the 7 great spirit provinces give birth to yin and yang, and the 5 elements, which is very rare. Furthermore, the Qi Qiao land has been managed by the Qi Qiao Heavenly Lord for so many years. Although the Qi Qiao land is not as spectacular as the Blessed Grotto Heavens, it is still considered extraordinary among the second-class forces. Zhao Baichuan nodded and said, I have also been to the headquarters of some second-class forces. The Qi Qiao land should be considered average among all the second-class forces. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Qi Xing could withstand the pressure and manage it carefully, it might not be worse than the Qi Qiao land after so many years. Unfortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight came one after the other, so we had to split the world with them. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Star was a second-tier force, and so were the Sword Pavilion and the Thunderlight sect. After all, they all had middle-grade Heaven Opening Realm Masters and many low-grade Heaven Opening Realm Masters. The star market was also a part of the spiritual state. However, when the 3 forces gathered together, there would naturally be many conflicts. After all, no one force could dominate and develop rapidly. This was also why Qi Xing was inferior to the Qi Qiao land. Zhao Baichuan smiled gently. Fortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight are gone now, and only Qi Xing is safe and sound. But our Star City is gone too. Chen Tianfei had a worried expression, and every time he thought of this, he would have a headache. Star City was swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, divided into countless pieces, and completely disappeared. It was unknown where Qi Xing would settle down in the future, and they could not lead a group of people to wander in the 3,000 worlds. As long as we have people, we can make a comeback. Zhao Baichuan's face was full of confidence. Great Master is right, Chen Tianfei said respectfully. But Great Master, since we are here to borrow troops, why did you stop me from explaining the situation to the Qi Qiao land? Yang Kai is extremely cunning. If we continue to delay, he might escape at any time. Don't mention the matter of borrowing troops again. Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Right now, it's not us who's looking for Qi Qiao to borrow troops. It's him who's looking for us to borrow troops. Ooh, Chen Tianfei was no fool. His expression changed when he heard this. First Master, you mean, Zhao Baichuan chuckled. Just now at the banquet, this king thought about it carefully. Isn't it you Xiushan the Flying Smoke Hall's Hall Master? He's also a Tier 5 Heaven Splitter. The Flying Smoke Hall is in the neighboring territory, right next to the Qiqiao land. Chen Tianfei nodded and said, there must be a lot of friction between neighbors. Qiqiao previously said that he suffered some injuries in his early years, and even the protective array of Qiqiao land was damaged. I'm afraid that you Xiushan smelled something fishy and wanted to take this opportunity to annex Qiqiao land and strengthen himself. Zhao Baichuan said, this king thinks so too. You probably didn't notice at the banquet just now, but of the venerable protectors of the Qiqiao land, for are Tier 4 Heaven Splitters, and the remaining 3 are only Tier 3. Chen Tianfei thought back and found that the situation was indeed, as Zhao Baichuan said. The 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were the venerable protectors of the Fire Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Metal Spirit Land. At the time, he didn't care, but now he couldn't help feeling strange. Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only lower Tier 3 Heaven Splitters. So how could they be qualified to be venerable protectors? Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. If my guess is correct, the Qiqiao land suffered a great change back then. The previous 3 venerable protectors should have died, and the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only temporarily appointed by the Qiqiao land to fill the numbers. Chen Tianfei suddenly understood and flattered. First Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. If it's really as First Master says, then the Qiqiao land really does have the intention of borrowing troops from us. After observing his expression for a while, he said, First Master intends to intervene? But what good would that do for my Crimson Star? After all, this is their personal grudge and struggle. Even if we helped the Qiqiao land block the attack of the Flying Smoke Hall, at most it would only make the Qiqiao land feel grateful. That Yang Kai has countless treasures on him, and is the hope of my Crimson Star making a comeback. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. How could this king care about the Qiqiao land's gratitude? He raised his hand and pointed forward. Old Chen, what do you think of this world? If we change it and call it the Crimson Star Land, wouldn't that be better? Chen Tianfei's heart jumped, and his squinted eyes, because of the pile of fat on his body, suddenly widened. Since Zhao Baichuan had already said so much, how could he not understand the meaning behind his words? The First Master wanted to seize the Qiqiao land. At first he felt a little uneasy. After all, the Qiqiao land was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. They also had a 5th grade Open the Heavens and a few 4th grade Open the Heavens. Not to mention, this was their headquarters. Wanting to cause trouble here was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter really had a lot of potential. The Flying Smoke Hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to suddenly make a move, they might have a chance to seize this treasure land. No wonder the First Master took the initiative to ask to tour the Qiqiao land after the banquet. It turned out that he was going to inspect it first. His heart beat wildly, and his lips couldn't help but dry up. Chen Tianfei's expression was both nervous and excited, secretly admiring the First Master's generosity. Moreover, if they could seize this treasure land, its value wouldn't be less than capturing Yang Kai alive. Not to mention, they didn't know where Yang Kai had run off to, but the Qiqiao land was right in front of them. Taking a step back, he cupped his fist solemnly. First Master, please ask for instructions. I, Chen Tianfei, will definitely sacrifice my life to repay the First Master's kindness in nurturing me. Zhao Baichuan chuckled and patted Chun Tianfei's shoulder. This matter isn't urgent. We still need to plan carefully. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and looked down. He said softly, "It's time to have a place to settle down." At the same time, in another hall, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao was quietly listening to the Earth Spirit's report. Previously, he had arranged for the Earth Spirit to bring the Crimson Star people to tour the Qiqiao land. It was because the Earth Spirit was very meticulous and could observe things that others couldn't. After listening, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" The Earth Spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything wrong. The Crimson Star people acted very normal along the way. There was nothing wrong." The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian was a middle-aged woman. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "Heavenly Lord, the Crimson Star people just had to come to my Qiqiao land at this time. Could it be a trap?" The Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao looked at her and said, "I know what you are worried about, but the Crimson Star people are very far from here. Moreover, as far as I know, they have no connection with the Soaring Smoke Hall. The probability of them joining hands to harm my Qiqiao land isn't high. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. We need to investigate carefully. It's fine as long as Heavenly Lord knows what to do." The woman nodded. The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian slammed his fist on the table beside him and shouted angrily, "Damn it, if it wasn't for that Su Huang's rebellion, my Qiqiao land wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If the formation was intact, that Yu Shoshan wouldn't have dared to act rashly. One had to pay a great price to break through a Qiqiao land's defensive formation. No one knew where Yu Shoshan heard the news, but when he found out that the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was damaged, he rushed over like a cat that smelled blood. In the past few years, the two sides had clashed at least 20 times and both sides suffered losses. Although the Soaring Smoke Hall didn't gain any advantage, the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was more vulnerable. It wouldn't be long before it was completely broken. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills' face darkened to the extreme when he heard Su Huang's name. Although Su Huang had been heavily injured by the Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills and was most likely dead, 3 of the Heavenly Lords of Seven Skills had died in that battle. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills himself had been heavily injured, countless disciples had died, and many workers had fled. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills had suffered heavy losses. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, but the key was that Su Huang had secretly tampered with a lot of the control rights of the formation back then, causing Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to be unable to fully control the formation to this day. He could only unleash less than 60% of the defensive formation's power. He was injured. He had to heal his injuries and refine the formation again. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. What made him feel even more uneasy was the grand formation jade, slit ring, that Su Huang had taken with him when he fled. He also had a jade slit ring for the formation in his hand, but it was just a replica. The one in Su Huang's hand was the real jade slit ring, whether it was in terms of control or affinity with the formation. That jade slit ring was much stronger than the one in his hand. If he could obtain that jade slit ring, he would be able to solve his current predicament and quickly regain control of the formation. However, he did not know whether Su Huang was dead or alive, and the whereabouts of the jade slit ring were unknown. Life was not as one wished. 9 out of 10, sighing in his heart. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills looked at Earth Spirit, Earth Protector. Wei Hua, I will leave Qi Xing's people to you. Find out their intentions as soon as possible. Qi Xing and the Seven Openings land were separated by many large territories. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills did not believe that they would come here for no reason. However, he was a scheming person and did not ask during the banquet. Earth Spirit, Earth Protector stood up and cupped his fists. Yes, dismissed. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills waved his hand, and everyone left. For the next few days, Earth Spirit, Earth Protector, Wei Hua, was ordered by Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to warmly entertain Qi Xing's group. Every day, he would set up a banquet to entertain them. He also took many specialties from the Seven Openings land and the large territory here for Qi Xing and the others to taste. The relationship between both sides continued to deepen. However, what made Wei Hua speechless was that Qi Xing's group did not state their intentions. It was as if they were just here to sightsee. If there was a banquet, they would go. If there was wine, they would drink. If there were female disciples to serve them, they would accept them. Wei Hua did not know what they wanted to do. On this day, during the banquet, Wei Hua could no longer hold it in. Under the influence of alcohol, he asked, "Brother Chen, you have traveled thousands of miles to my Seven Openings land. Is there something you need? If there is something, there is no harm in saying it. My heavenly monarch is very forthright and will not disappoint you." Chen Tian drank until his face was flushed. He looked drunk, but he was actually very sober. Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Here it comes." Sure enough, the Seven Openings land could not hold back and asked first. Chapter 4134. The Great Cosmological Realm has opened. In the main hall, Seven Openings' Heavenly Monarch was shocked after hearing Earth Venerable's report. The other Heaven Opening realms were also dumbfounded. The Great Cosmological Realm was an extremely magical place. Although many people had heard of the existence of the Great Cosmological Realm, it required a great opportunity to enter it. Moreover, even if one entered, it was hard to say if one could come out alive. There were not only opportunities there, but also huge risks. Wei Hua nodded. That's what Chen Tianfei said. The venerable woman from the Yin Spirit Land said. Then in Brother Wei's opinion, is what Qi Xing said true or false? Wei Hua slowly shook his head. Whether it's true or false, we need to investigate carefully to verify. However, from Chen Tianfei's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, this matter has too many implications and will spread sooner or later. They probably won't shoot themselves in the foot. Seven Openings' Heavenly Monarch nodded. That's right. The opening of the Great Cosmological Realm is a big matter. No one can hide it. Wei Hua said, the star market they were in just happened to be swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm. So, they are now homeless. When they came out of the Great Cosmological Realm, they happened to be nearby. That Chen Tianfei recognized Heavenly Monarch and wanted to come to our Seven Openings land to rest and recuperate for a while. So that's how it is. Seven Openings' Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. He was still wondering why Qi Xing's people would come all the way to his territory, but now he knew it was because of the Great Cosmological Realm. This explained everything. Earth Venerable Yongling's eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly Monarch, if that's the case, we might be able to absorb Qi Xing and the others. They are now homeless. If we can let them stay in the Seven Openings land, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and we won't have to fear you, Xiushan. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. Wishful thinking. That Chen Tianfei is only a fourth stage heaven opening realm, but that Zhao Baichuan has a fifth stage cultivation, which is similar to a heavenly monarch. Not to mention whether we can absorb them. Even if we can, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Earth Venerable Yongling thought so too. Zhao Baichuan had a fifth stage cultivation. If he really entered the Seven Openings land, how to settle him down was a problem. He might not be willing to be under a heavenly monarch. Moreover, Qi Xing had lost their own star market and needed a place to settle down. Would they not covet the Seven Openings land? If they really did so, they would be let in the Seven Openings land, heaven opening Yongling lands people, but we can hire them. Yongling Yongling, Yongling Yong, heavenly monarch, Yongling Yong, Ling Earth, Venerable Yong, Ling smiled faintly. The people of the left and right Crimson Stars are now homeless and have nowhere to go. That Chen Tianfei is also on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. If we pay a price, we might be able to move them and make them work for us. A level 5 and a level 4. If we use them well, we might be able to exterminate the flying smoke hall. Earth Venerable with Spirit snorted. You're thinking too simply. These two venerables seem to be at odds with each other. Earth Venerable Yang Ling saw him refuting him again, and his face darkened. He turned to look. What do you think? Earth Venerable with Spirit said, they just came out of the great cosmological realm. Although we haven't been there before, we've heard of it. There are dangers there, but there are also great opportunities. As long as they can come out alive, they will have great gains. Now that they've come out alive, although I don't know what they've gained, it definitely won't be too shabby. What can our 7 openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our 7 openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage, Earth Venerable Yangling said. But Heavenly Monarch and Qin Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid? Venerable with Spirit said disdainfully, let's not talk about whether or not Qin Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Qin Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Bai Chuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our 7 openings land? Put our face. Earth Venerable Yangling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch's 7 openings sat up high and looked coldly at his 2 capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind. Let's hear it. Miao Yu was the name of Earth Venerable with Spirit. Earth Venerable Yangling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. Heavenly Monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our 7 openings land be able to get Crimson Star as foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of Yu Xiushan. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity. Ooh, Earth Venerable Yangling glared. Bullshit. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land was interested. Let's hear it. Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yangling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land also laughed. Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant, and it's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Stars people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good, good, good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited. Miao Yu smiled reservedly. It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy. He glanced sideways at Earth Venerable Yangling with a smug look, disgusting a ladder. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land stood up and said, there's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Xiushan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter. Miao Yu said, Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm, Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land, stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Send some people out to investigate. If the great cosmological realm really opens, the news won't be able to be kept a secret. It will soon become a hot topic. We'll know when we go to the Heavenly Palace to investigate. Yes, Miao Yu responded respectfully. Half a day later, at the residence of Crimson Star and the others, Zhao Baichuan and Qin Tianfei enthusiastically sent Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land out. It was unknown what the 2 sides talked about, but they were all smiling. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on Brother Zhao's strength. Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land cupped his hands repeatedly. A touch of redness appeared on his slightly pale face due to his injuries. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, Heavenly Monarch, you're too polite. Crimson Star, and I would like to thank Heavenly Monarch for finding such a good opportunity for us. After this matter is done, Crimson Star will definitely reward you handsomely. Well said, well said. Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land chuckled and bade farewell before leaving. He was extremely happy. Originally, if he wanted to invite Crimson Star as external aid, Qiqiao Land would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, according to Miao Yu's method, not only would they not have to pay a price, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by Crimson Star after the matter was done. This was a huge difference. After sending off Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei returned to the house and set up a restriction to prevent spying. Chen Tianfei had a strange expression as he stroked his chin. Sure enough, as First Master expected, Qiqiao came to borrow troops from us. However, this method is quite interesting. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. A grand, overt scheme. Very impressive. Chen Tianfei nodded. They know that we have no home now, and what we need the most is a place to stay. As long as we can help them get rid of you, Shoshan, we can take over Soaring Smoke Hall. TSK, it's really impressive. First Master, how should we choose? He knew that Zhao Baichuan intended to seize Qiqiao Land, but now that Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land had thrown out Soaring Smoke Hall as bait, Chen Tianfei did not know what to choose. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings Land's proposal had a high chance of success. After all, with the combined strength of the two forces, Soaring Smoke Hall was definitely no match for them. If they could plan it well, it could be said that seizing Soaring Smoke Hall was an ironclad matter. On the other hand, seizing Qiqiao Land was not so easy. Zhao Baichuan only wanted to find a place to settle down. Qiqiao Land and Soaring Smoke Hall were both second-rate forces, so it would not matter where they settled down. There was no need to choose Qiqiao Land. Therefore, this matter was still up to the First Master to decide. Zhao Baichuan sneered. This king doesn't know what the situation is with Soaring Smoke Hall, but this Qiqiao Land suits this king. Chen Tianfei heard this and knew that the First Master still intended to seize Qiqiao Land. He pondered for a moment and said, Then let's feign civility first and wait for an opportunity to act. Zhao Baichuan said, Don't worry, this king has already made arrangements. Now, we just need to see if we can insert a chess piece. If this chess piece can be inserted, then this matter will be foolproof. Just as he was speaking, Zhao Baichuan's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand to open the restriction. The next moment, a third-grade heaven splitter walked in, carrying an unconscious woman in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, This subordinate greets the two masters. This third-grade heaven splitter was also one of the great commanders of Crimson Star, and his status was only second to the several masters. He had followed Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei into Qiqiao Land, and there were more than a dozen lower-grade heaven splitters like him, their cultivations uneven. How is it? Zhao Baichuan asked. The man said excitedly. Sure enough, as First Master expected, some Qiqiao Land disciples have left in batches. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. The news of the opening of the Great Void Realm has been leaked, so they will definitely investigate. After all, they are not at ease with us. The man said, This subordinate has been waiting for a long time and finally found an opportunity to restrain one of them. It won't be long before he can get in touch with the other masters. Chen Tianfei didn't know what this person had come to report, but at this moment, he immediately understood the First Master's plan and secretly admired him. Sure enough, the First Master was worthy of being called the First Master. When he let him leak the news of the Great Void Realm without leaving a trace, he had already been secretly plotting. Chun Tianfei couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the first master. Chapter 40-135. The matter of the Great Void Realm could not be concealed. And Qi Xing had no intention of concealing it, but Chun Tianfei had not expected the first head to be able to do something about it. Revealing the news of the Great Void Realm was to reassure the Qiqiao land, telling them that they had not come here for no reason, but that Star City had been destroyed, and they had no home to return to. Secondly, once the Qiqiao land learned of this matter, they would definitely send people out to verify it, giving Qi Xing an opportunity to take advantage of. Zhao Baichuan had several dozen heaven-opening realms under his command, but he only had a dozen or so with him now. The others, such as Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan, were all outside. If he wanted to seize the Qiqiao land, he had to contact them, and with Zhao Baichuan and Chun Tianfei's strength alone, it was still a little weak. However, with the Qiqiao land's protective array activated, even if there were many flaws, Zhao Baichuan and the others could not contact Bei Yushan and the others. Acting rashly would only arouse suspicion. However, now that the Qiqiao land had taken the initiative to send disciples out to investigate, they had fallen into Zhao Baichuan's trap. He had already arranged for people to lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to act. And now he had succeeded. A third-grade heaven-opening realm was not too strong in the 3,000 great worlds, but it was definitely not weak either. It was very simple to subdue a Qiqiao land disciple, plant some restrictions in their body, and force them to pass on information, unless the disciple did not care about his life. But how many people in this world were not afraid of death? What's the matter with this woman? Chun Tianfei looked at the unconscious woman in confusion. The man smiled. I let out a male disciple, and this woman is likely his partner. With this woman in hand, the male disciple will not dare to have any second thoughts. Chun Tianfei was stunned. You carried her in just like that? No one saw you, right? The man shook his head. Don't worry, Hetchen, no one saw you. Zhao Baichuan nodded. You did well in this matter. Leave this woman here. Yes, the man put down the woman in his hand and retreated respectfully. At this moment, the woman slowly woke up, her long eyelashes trembling. She raised her eyes and saw Zhao Baichuan. She was shocked, but before she could react to what had happened, she saw Zhao Baichuan raise his hand. Then her vision turned black, and she couldn't feel anything. A moment later, there was only a pile of ashes left. The female disciple had been silenced. Seeing this, Chun Tianfei knew that the male disciple who was coerced to deliver the letter was most likely doomed. When he saw Bei Yushan and the others, he would definitely be silenced. No matter what, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the fewer the better. To the current Qiqiao land, the death of 2 disciples was nothing. After all, the soaring smoke hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If that wasn't the case, the Qiqiao lands wouldn't have sent people out in batches to scout for information. Wasn't it precisely because they were afraid of being caught in a net? Everything had been arranged properly, and all that was left was to wait. Day after day passed. 3 days later, the outpost suddenly became quiet and cheerless. The outpost was only open for 3 days a month. During the rest of the time, it was completely empty and devoid of people. He was still refining the spirit array jade, slit ring diligently. She was very interested in the 7 openings land. After all, this was the headquarters of a second-class force. Yang Kai was silently recuperating. He had suffered heavy injuries in the great cosmological boundary and was then pursued by Qi Xing. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally had to make the best use of this opportunity to recover. While recuperating, Yang Kai also took stock of his gains in the great cosmological boundary. Although he had been trapped in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, the resources he had accumulated were terrifying. Disregarding everything else, the trip to the Yuan-Ci mountain alone made him rich overnight. The pieces of 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade Yuan-Ci divine stones were the hard currency of the 3,000 great cosmological boundary. There was also the Yuan-Ci divine gourd that little fatty Su Zhen had refined for him, which contained 6th grade Yuan-Ci divine light. Once this kind of artifact was released, even a low-rank opening heaven pill would find it difficult to resist. Opening heaven pills were calculated in the hundreds of millions. When he had gone to the star market where Sword Pavilion was located, Sword Pavilion had been massacred. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings, and the materials in those space rings were a huge fortune. Not to mention that he had been receiving 70% of Qi Xing's profits over the years. Qi Xing had developed rapidly under his wings, and 70% of the profits had fallen into Yang Kai's pocket. It could be said that in the past decade, Yang Kai alone had accumulated the foundation of a second-class force for more than 100 years, or even hundreds of years. There were countless materials. Yang Kai himself did not know how much wealth he had. Perhaps only he knew a little. After all, she had been the one to deal with Qi Xing's people over the years. In addition, the harvest from the land of ancients was also the biggest. 3 sacred herbs, 16 world fruits, the Tai divine purification water, the roots of the world tree, and not to mention the agreement with Zhu Juyin to protect him for 1,000 years. This agreement was made by Zhu Juyin with her own origin. Within 1,000 years, she would protect Yang Kai's safety even if she had to die. It was a pity that this woman's origin was damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be chased around the world by Qi Xing's group? There was also the Red Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. These 2 fellows could fight against a 4th stage heaven splitter in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai did not know how strong they would be in the outside world, but it would not be too bad. In addition to these visible benefits, Yang Kai's own strength had also skyrocketed. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, he obtained the remains of a giant dragon, refined the Earth Dragon's dragon pearl, obtained the power of the earth element, obtained countless dragon blood flowers, refined the dragon blood pill, and improved his own dragon race bloodline. He also obtained the moon essence, refined the power of the water element, and comprehended the divine technique of the golden crow casting Sunday. Just with this divine technique, Yang Kai could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter. There was also the space divine technique that he comprehended when he obtained the Tai divine purification water in the land of ancients. So close, yet so far. Previously, Yang Kai had not thought of a name, but now he finally thought of a suitable name. This divine technique was not so much a divine technique as it was a flexible application of the law of space. Once it was used, it would extend the space infinitely. Although they were close to each other, they would be far away from each other. No matter what, they would not be able to get closer. There was also the Great Spear technique that he had spent 2 years to cultivate by gathering the strengths of many sects. It could be said that more than 10 years in the great cosmological realm had allowed Yang Kai to grow a lot. Now, he was no longer the country bumpkin who had just jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the 3,000 worlds. In terms of wealth, even the leaders of those second-class forces had to look up to him. Even a high-grade heaven splitter might not be as rich as him. No one would believe such a bizarre thing, even if he told them about it. Yuhi was a little speechless by him as he counted and laughed foolishly. A month later, Yang Kai's injuries had healed, and he had also recovered to his peak. Looking for an opportunity, he quietly sneaked out to investigate and found that Qi Xing's people had not left yet and had been staying in the Qiqiao land. This discovery puzzled him. He did not know what was so special about the Qiqiao land that Qi Xing was reluctant to leave. However, since Qi Xing's people had not left, he did not dare to act rashly. Leaving the Qiqiao land was simple. Yuhi had been refining the jade slit for so many days and had now refined about 40% of it. However, the further she went, the harder it was to refine. If she wanted to completely refine the jade slit and control the Qiqiao land's grand array, she would need at least 1.5 years of hard work. After all, Yuhi was not Su Huang. Su Huang knew everything about the Qiqiao land and had spent a lot of time tampering with the grand array's control. In the end, he had failed because of Yang Kai. Although Yuhi was also a 5th-grade heaven splitter, refining something that belonged to someone else took time. Young master, you can't refine it anymore. On this day, Yuhi suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked over suspiciously. Yuhi said, I feel that if you continue refining it, the master of the Qiqiao land should be aware of it. How much have you refined it now? About 50%. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If you can't refine it, then don't refine it. Once we get out of here, we can take our time. There's no rush. Although Su Huang had given him a chance to reclaim the Qiqiao land and take revenge for him before he died, this was only a dying request. Whether or not Yang Kai could complete it was up to him. Yuhi had refined it here because she had nothing to do. Since there was a risk, she naturally couldn't continue, lest she gave herself away. What made him speechless was that it had been almost 2 months, yet Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei still hadn't left. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that the people of Crimson Star wanted to join the Qiqiao land? It really was possible. After all, Crimson Star's Star City was gone, and they needed a place to stay. The Qiqiao land was a ready-made place. However, was Zhao Baichuan really willing to stay under the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Would the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch have the guts to accept him? Just as he was thinking this, the ground suddenly shook, and a series of rumbling sounds came one after another. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before realization dawned. The Qiqiao land is under attack. Is it that Yu Xiushan? Yuhi asked. Most likely, Yang Kai didn't recognize Yu Xiushan, but when Crimson Star and the others came, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch had shouted this name, letting Yang Kai know that there was a grudge between the two. Moreover, Yu Xiushan should have attacked the Qiqiao land more than once. At this moment, the Qiqiao land was under attack, so there was no one else besides Yu Xiushan. Sure enough, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch's angry voice sounded in the next moment. Yu Xiushan, you old bastard, you're here again. A loud laugh came from the sky. Qiqiao, this old master has come to take your dog life today. If you know what's good for you, quickly open the array, and this old master will give you a quick death, leaving some incense for your Qiqiao land. If you don't, don't blame this old master for slaughtering your entire sect. Once this was said, many of the disciples of the Qiqiao land panicked. The Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch angrily said, Old bastard, you're too arrogant. Your flying smoke hall can't take down my Qiqiao land. Quickly retreat, and this king can still spare your life. Being stubborn will only make you look bad. Chapter 4136. These words were said without much confidence, causing Yu Xiushan to burst into laughter. The two sides continued to exchange words for a while, and a great battle was about to break out. The Qiqiao land had a defensive array, so if the soaring smoke hall wanted to take it down, they would have to destroy the array. If it were in the past, the soaring smoke hall would not have this ability. After all, everyone's strength was about the same. But after Su Huang's havoc in the Qiqiao land, many flaws had appeared in the array. Furthermore, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch had been heavily injured and had yet to recover, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of the array. It was because of this that the soaring smoke hall had relentlessly attacked the Qiqiao land in an attempt to take it down. Although the soaring smoke hall had been beaten back in the previous 20 or so clashes, it was not without any gains. At the very least, they had figured out the details of the Qiqiao land's defensive array. As such, when the battle began, the soaring smoke hall's heaven-opening realm experts attacked a certain place under Yu Xiushan's instructions. That place was where Yang Kai and Yu He had snuck in, and it was also the weakest point of the entire Qiqiao land's defensive array. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only unite his heaven-opening realm experts and urge the array's power to counterattack. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Within the Qiqiao land, the 7 spirit provinces were constantly shaking, and mountains were collapsing. In the market, Yang Kai and Yu He's expressions were solemn. This was troublesome. In a confrontation between two second-tier forces, if the Qiqiao land could be defended, then it would be fine. They could continue to hide here. If they couldn't defend, then after the soaring smoke hall occupied the Qiqiao land, they would definitely investigate carefully. At that time, the two of them might be exposed. Young master, should we find a chance to leave this place? Yu He asked quietly. I'm afraid the array won't be able to last much longer. She had already refined 50% of the array jade pendant. Although she did not dare to rashly urge the array's power to prevent the Qiqiao heavenly monarch from noticing, she could clearly sense the array's state through the jade pendant. How long can it last? Yang Kai asked. Yu He said, based on this level of strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to last for half a month. Moreover, he probably hasn't used his full strength yet. If he did, the time would be even shorter. Yang Kai nodded his head when he heard this. Since Yu He said so, it should not be wrong. The Qiqiao land's defensive formation probably could not stop the people of the flying smoke hall this time. Once the formation was broken, the Qiqiao land's fate would be worrying, and they would also be unlucky. At this point, it was time to consider a way out. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Would the people of Crimson Star make a move in this battle? They had been staying here all this time and hadn't left. Did they reach some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao? If the 7 Skills lands had the help of Qi Xing's people, then the flying smoke hall might not be able to gain any advantage. After all, Zhao Baichuan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and had many heaven splitters under his command. 2 days later, the battle was still going on. However, due to the barrier of the Great Protective Array, there was no direct confrontation between the two sides. Yu He suddenly frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Why is the power of the Qiqiao land's defensive array dropping so quickly? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her. Yu He said, logically speaking, this Great Protective Array is not ordinary, so it shouldn't have been worn down so quickly. I originally thought that the Great Protective Array would be able to last 10 days to half a month, but now it seems that it won't even last 5 days. So fast. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he said thoughtfully, perhaps it wasn't your feeling that was wrong. Yu He looked at him. Then what is it? What if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao deliberately reduced the power of the Great Protective Array to show weakness to the enemy? Yu He was not an idiot. For better or worse, she had cultivated to the 5th stage heaven splitter. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master means. Yang Kai laughed heartily. The flying smoke hall is probably out of luck. Qi Xing's people had definitely reached some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once Heavenly Lord Qiqiao let the flying smoke hall's people in, Zhao Baichuan would definitely attack. At that time, with the combined power of the two forces, how could the flying smoke hall be a match? It was just that this matter could not be done too obviously, so Heavenly Lord Qiqiao weakened the power of the Great Protective Array without leaving a trace, trying to make it look like it could not be resisted. in order to make Yu Xiushan lower his guard. Understanding this point, Yang Kai could not help but admire Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. Letting the enemy into his own home required a lot of courage. If an accident happened, the Qiqiao land's losses would be great. And in such a battle, what could he do? Could he intervene and take advantage of the situation? If he took the opportunity to kill Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, then he could let Yuhi control the great protective array here. However, it was useless to only control the great protective array. Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan were both fifth-stage heaven splitters. If he did not deal with them, he would only be making a wedding dress for others. Thinking about it, he gave up and obediently hid here, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai had guessed, the power of the Qiqiao land's great protective array was continuously weakened by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. In less than 5 days, a huge hole was blasted open in the great protective array. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's angry and helpless roar resounded throughout the 7 spirit provinces. Under the leadership of Yu Xiushan, many elites of the Flying Smoke Hall rushed into the Qiqiao land through the hole. Once the two sides came into contact, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were mid-tier forces with countless years of accumulation. Originally, their strength was not much different. However, more than 10 years ago, Su Huang had wreaked havoc in the Qiqiao land, heavily injuring Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, and even killing 3 Earth Protectors. This caused the Qiqiao land to lose 3 fourth-stage Heaven Splitters and many low-stage Heaven Splitters. It could be said that the Qiqiao land's strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Flying Smoke Hall's army was powerful and menacing. How could the Qiqiao land be a match for them? Yu Xiushan directly went to find Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and fought fiercely with him. Meanwhile, the middle stage Heaven Splitters under his command began to chase after Earth Protector and the others. For a time, the Heaven Splitters of the Qiqiao land were facing a great calamity and were at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was heavily injured and had yet to recover. Although he fought one-on-one with Yu Xiushan, how could he be his opponent? In less than 2 hours, he was injured again by Yu Xiushan, vomiting blood as he retreated. Yu Xiushan was unforgiving. He held a bronze sledgehammer that glowed brightly. He raised it high and activated the might of the world, smashing it down on Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He grinned sinisterly. Qiqiao, after you die, this old man will take good care of your wives and concubines for you. Has! Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's face was pale, and his eyes were spitting fire. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled coldly. Yu Xiushan, do you think you've won? In fact, you've lost. What? Yu Xiushan's expression changed slightly. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao gritted his teeth and quickly formed a hand seal. The phantom of a mini-universe world flashed behind him, and the might of the world burst out as he shouted, soul-subduing. In the next instant, an invisible force burst out from his body. Before Yu Xiushan could react, he was hit head-on. In an instant, Yu Xiushan was frozen in place, unable to move. Not only was he unable to move, but Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was also unable to move. Once this soul-subduing secret technique was used, although it could seal the enemy's movements, the user would also be greatly affected. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. If used well, it could reverse the situation, but if not, it would be suicidal. You're courting death. Yu Xiushan was furious. He continuously activated his own strength, wanting to break the suppression of the soul-subduing secret technique. The aura of the might of the world fluctuated continuously. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao sneered, "The one who should die is you. Leader Zhao, please make your move." In the next instant, a figure flew over at lightning speed, followed by a dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yu Xiushan's expression changed drastically and he asked in horror, "Who is it?" Heavenly Lord Qiqiao laughed loudly. "You Shoshan, you didn't expect this king to have an ambush, did you? I might as well tell you, the one who came is Leader Qi Xing. Leader Star Market has been destroyed, so I need to borrow your flying smoke hall." As he spoke, Zhao Baichuan had already passed by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He raised his hand, and the might of the world filled his palm as he lightly slapped down on Yu Xiushan. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Qi Xing's people had suddenly come this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with Yu Xiushan, this old man. However, just as he thought this, he saw a strange smile appear on Yu Xiushan's face. "Qiqiao, you said that the one who should die is me? But the way I see it, the one who should die is you." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Before he could react, Zhao Baichuan suddenly turned around and slapped down on him. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's eyes widened in an instant, filled with shock and anger, as well as disbelief. With a bang, under Zhao Baichuan's palm, half of Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's head was smashed into his chest, and the lower half of his body directly exploded into dust. Zhao Baichuan retracted his hand and stood there, his face as calm as an ancient well. Strictly speaking, even if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao had not recovered from his serious injuries, he was not so easy to kill as a fifth-grade splitter. However, he had been pretending to be weak, not hesitating to let Yu Xiushan injure him many times to numb Yu Xiushan's nerves, pinning his hopes of turning the tables on Zhao Baichuan, who knew that Zhao Baichuan had already contacted Yu Xiushan and was in cahoots with him. So he lost his life in vain. However, as expected of a fifth-grade splitter, although he suffered irreparable injuries, he did not die for a while, but he could no longer maintain the soul-subduing secret technique. Yu Xiushan broke free and came face to face with Zhao Baichuan. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your help. Brother Yu is too polite." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Why? In front of the two, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, who only had half his body left, and even half his head shrunk into his chest, was gasping for breath. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand that Zhao Baichuan actually changed sides at the last minute. Since Crimson Star's people wanted a territory, as long as they helped him kill Yu Xiushan, then they could naturally take over the Flying Smoke Hall. Why would they make a move on him? Zhao Baichuan looked down at him and said coolly, "Qiqiao land is a good place. This seat likes it very much." Chapter 41:37. Zhao Baichuan did not know what the situation was with the Flying Smoke Hall, but he had carefully investigated the Qiqiao land. It was indeed a good place. There were 7 spirit provinces here, nurturing yin, yang, and 5 elements, and 7 kinds of spirit fruits that could be used to refine heaven-opening pills. It was a stable source of income. If Qi Xing landed here, he would have the capital to rise again in the future. Moreover, compared to killing Yu Xiushan, killing Qiqiao was undoubtedly easier. After all, this guy was heavily injured, so Zhao Baichuan did not have to worry about him retaliating before death. On the other hand, Yu Xiushan was completely unharmed. If he had some forbidden technique that could erupt before death, Zhao Baichuan would not be able to bear it. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Baichuan was naturally more willing to seize the Qiqiao land. The light in Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord's eyes quickly dimmed. Even in death, he did not dare believe that while he was scheming against someone else, he had also been schemed against. Zhao Baichuan, you will die a horrible death. Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, cursed before dying. Zhao Baichuan's expression was indifferent. You don't need to worry about that. Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, had been plotted against and died tragically. On the other side, Chen Tianfei had turned into a giant meatball that rumbled into the battlefield, crashing towards Earth, venerable Earth Spirit Wei Hua. Wei Hua was already surrounded by 2 fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators from the Flying Smoke Hall and was in imminent danger. How could he block Chen Tianfei's attack? In his shock, he barely managed to block for 10 breaths before being hit by the giant meatball. His chest caved in, and he spat out blood mixed with countless pieces of his organs. The 2 fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Flying Smoke Hall attacked at the right time. When their blades flashed, Wei Hua's head soared into the sky, blood spurting from his neck as he staggered to the ground. First, Qiqiao, Heavenly Lord, had been plotted against, and then Venerable Earth Spirit had also died. Only a dozen breaths had passed, and such a shocking turn of events caused the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Qiqiao land to pale with fright. "Let's go!" Venerable Earth Spirit Miao, you saw that the situation was not right and loudly shouted. He directly flew into the sky, not daring to continue fighting. Behind him, the heaven-opening realm cultivators of the Qiqiao land abandoned their opponents and fled for their lives. "Ha ha ha, where do you think you're going?" A burly figure suddenly appeared from the gap in the formation, blocking the only way out. It was Bei Yushan of the Crimson Star. Not only had he come, but beside him, Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and the other heaven-opening experts had all appeared. When Miao Yu and the others saw this, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. Bei Yushan and the others were all fourth-stage heaven splitters. Now that 4 had appeared, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, Bei Yushan and the Ouyang brothers led Red Star Splitter Heaven to block Miao Yu and the others' path. Madame Qin stayed behind by herself at the gap. She sat cross-legged with a guqin placed in front of her. She plucked it lightly, and the sound of the guqin lingered in the air. Miserable cries rang out as heaven-opening realm cultivator after heaven-opening realm cultivator was killed. The 7 Openings Lands army was routed like a landslide, unable to resist in the slightest. After all, they did not have much fighting spirit to begin with. Moreover, their strength was inferior. So how could they be a match for Bei Yushan and the others? In less than an incense stick's worth of time, more than a dozen people had died. Even Venerable Yongling was beaten to a pulp. Miao Yu's hair was disheveled, his body bathed in blood, as he shouted, "Spare me! I surrender!" How could Bei Yushan pay him any attention? He continued to pursue. On the other side, Yu Xiushan's expression changed, and he said, "Head Boss Zhao, please have your subordinates spare Miao Yu's life." "Zhao," Baichuan said, "Brother Yu, is this because you cherish talent?" Yu Xiushan chuckled. How could someone who craves life and fears death have any talent? However, this Miao Yu is still a 4th-stage heaven splitter. Sparing his life will be of some use. Since he had already said so, Zhao Baichuan naturally did not refuse. In any case, he had already achieved his goal, so he immediately sent a message to Bei Yushan to stop. Soon, the battle calmed down. The 7 Openings landside had suffered heavy casualties. Only Miao Yu and the Yin Spirit Lands Venerable were left. Venerable Yongling and Venerable Wei Hua had both died on the spot. Many low-grade heaven splitters had also died, and the disciples at the bottom had been reduced by 40%. Although their lives had been saved, everyone from the 7 Openings lands had uneasy expressions. They did not know what fate was waiting for them. Yu Xiushan flew into the sky and issued a call for surrender. Seeing a chance of survival, the 7 Openings lands people naturally bowed. Yu Xiushan nodded in satisfaction. Flying down, Yu Xiushan cupped his hands at Zhao Baichuan. "Brother Zhao, this cooperation was pleasant. The 7 Openings lands have been taken down, so it's time for Brother Zhao to fulfill the agreement." Although the Soaring Smoke Hall had obtained a complete victory in this battle, it was not without losses. The number of disciples who had died was not small, and more than a dozen low-grade heaven splitters had died. However, the purpose of the battle was not the battle itself, but the benefits. Since Qi Xing could obtain the 7 Openings Lands Foundation from this battle, the Soaring Smoke Hall would naturally not lose out. Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan had already secretly agreed that after taking down the 7 Openings Lands, Qi Xing would occupy it, while the Soaring Smoke Hall would monopolize the 7 Openings Lands treasures for many years. This was a win-win deal. On the surface, Qi Xing had suffered a loss. After all the benefits had been taken by the Soaring Smoke Hall, but for Qi Xing, who had come out of the Great Void Realm, the 7 Openings Lands treasures might not be in their eyes. As it should be, brother, you please. Zhao Baichuan gently nodded. Yu Xiushan thanked him, and immediately arranged for people to be led by Miao Yu to loot the 7 Openings Lands storehouses. The corpses on the battlefield were all cleaned up by the Soaring Smoke Hall's people. Qi Xing's people did not participate. After all, cleaning up corpses was a good opportunity to collect the spoils of war, so it was not convenient for Qi Xing to intervene. The smell of blood on the battlefield had yet to dissipate, but the division of benefits between the Soaring Smoke Hall and the 7 Openings Lands had already been agreed upon. It was ironic. A moment later, a subordinate delivered the space ring of the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch. Yu Xiushan received it, erased the barriers left on it, and swept it with his divine sense before taking out an item and tossing it to Zhao Baichuan. Brother Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the 7 Openings Lands Great Array Jade Slit Ring. Zhao Baichuan received it and smiled. Many thanks, brother Yu. This was also part of the deal. With this jade slit ring in hand, Zhao Baichuan was the true owner of the 7 Openings Lands. Yu Xiushan laughed loudly. Of course, our 2 families will be neighbors in the future, so I'll have to ask brother Zhao for help. Zhao Baichuan nodded. In less than 2 days, everything had been completed. Zhao Baichuan said, Qi Xing has just arrived here and is quite busy, so I won't keep brother Yu here any longer. Once this Zhao has finished his business, I will definitely pay you a visit. Yu Xiushan knew that this guy was trying to drive him away, so he had no intention of staying any longer, simply chuckling and saying, Then this you will wait for the good news. Farewell. Farewell. I won't see you out. Zhao Baichuan nodded lightly. Under Yu Xiushan's leadership, the people from Soaring Smoke Hall immediately escorted the 7 Openings Lands captives and flew away, soon disappearing from sight. After they left, Chun Tianfei said with a pained expression, leaving some of the captives behind would have been useful. This Yu Xiushan's appetite is too big, taking them all away without leaving a single one behind. How hateful. Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. Let him be. A few captives are nothing. What's important is that we have the 7 Openings Lands. With this place in the future, how could our Qi Xing not prosper? Chun Tianfei immediately smiled. Great Master is right, but it's also interesting. We originally came to the 7 Openings Lands to borrow troops to search for that Yang Kai. Who knew that the situation would develop like this? Yang Kai had unimaginable wealth on him. If they could capture him and plunder him, Qi Xing's financial resources would definitely skyrocket, but compared to a base, it was hard to say which was more important. His expression turned solemn again. Chun Tianfei said, That brat surnamed Yang himself isn't enough, but he said that he came from the first inn, and that Madame Lan was behind him. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, I'm afraid things will be a little troublesome. After all, Madame Lan of the first inn was at the 6th rank splitter, while the Great Master was only at the 5th rank. If she really came knocking on their door, they might not be able to stop her. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. She's just a woman. What's there to be afraid of? I will be promoted to the 6th rank soon. So it's fine if that Madame Lan doesn't come, but if she does, I won't be afraid of her. Chun Tianfei's expression brightened, and he hurriedly cupped his fists. Congratulations, Great Master. The Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations, great master!" The great master had been in seclusion for so many years to break through to the 6th rank, but he always lacked some maturity. But now it seemed that he had reached that maturity. Zhao Baichuan held the jade in his hand and said, "What's more, as long as I refine this jade, I will be able to control the formation here. With the help of the formation, even if he had just been promoted to the 6th rank, he would be able to exert power beyond himself. What's more, the news of them taking over the Kikikyo land hadn't spread yet, and by the time Madame Lan found this place, it would probably be 8 to 10 years. Understanding this point, Chun Tianfei's worries were all removed. "I'm going to seclusion, so you will be in charge of the affairs here," Zhao Baichuan said, put down the power in his hand, and left. For so many years, Qi Xing had been managed by Chun Tianfei, and he was still very confident in this fatty. Chun Tianfei and the others bowed to see him off. What followed was a period of bustle, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the corpses, and repairing the broken formation. The people of Qi Xing were in full swing. Qi Xing had been developing rapidly in the great cosmological realm, and the number of disciples under their command had exceeded 10,000. But countless people had died in the land of the ancients, and now there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 left. These people weren't fast enough to keep up with Zhao Baichuan and the others, and chased them all the way through several large territory. Now that more than 2 months had passed, they naturally met up with Bei Yushan and the others early. The Qiqiao land was very large, and the 7 spirit continents were vast and boundless, and it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Throwing 3,000 to 4,000 people in was like throwing a basin of water into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Rebuilding this place was a big project, and it would take hundreds of years of hard work. After all, Qi Xing had too few people, but because there was hope, the people of Qi Xing were full of enthusiasm and didn't hesitate to work hard. Chun Tianfei personally went out to inspect various places. Although he had visited some places in the Qiqiao land with Wei Hua before, that was only as a guest. Now, from the perspective of the owner, Qiqiao land was very different. Chapter 4138. Inside the underground cave in the market, Yang Kai's expression changed as he hesitated. The battle 2 days ago could be said to have shocked him. He had thought that the 7 Openings land had reached an agreement with Crimson Star, and that Soaring Smoke Hall would suffer a great loss. Who would have thought that 7 Openings' heavenly monarch would be killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan? In just 2 days, the 7 Openings land had actually changed owners. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand when Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan had gotten together. However, Yang Kai could understand why Zhao Baichuan coveted the 7 Openings land. After all, Crimson Star Market was destroyed, and they did need a place to settle down. Perhaps it was because of this temptation that the 2 sides hit it off so easily. The change of ownership of the 7 ingenious lands was a great opportunity for him. Originally, this place had 7 Openings' heavenly monarch, who had the Grand Array Jade Ring, so he did not have much interest in the 7 Openings land. But now that it was Zhao Baichuan, things were different. If Zhao Baichuan wanted to control the 7 Openings land's Grand Array, he had to refine the Grand Array Jade Ring. In other words, the 7 Openings land was in a completely defenseless state. With Yuhi's ability, she could easily control the Grand Array. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai made up his mind. Since Qi Xing's people were unwilling to let him off and intended to harm him, chasing him all the way across several large territories, then they shouldn't blame him for doing the same thing to them. Yuhi obviously also realized this and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, gently nodding. Yuhi suddenly became a little excited and said, "Young master, I will do whatever you say." Yang Kai said, "If you were to fight Zhao Baichuan, How confident are you in defeating him? Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. I am also a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, our strength should be about the same, and neither of us can do anything to the other. But in this 7 openings land, I have the help of the Grand Array. In a one-on-one battle, I can definitely kill him in half an hour. She had this confidence. After all, after hiding here for 2 months, she had refined 50% of the Grand Array and could control its power. On the other hand, Zhao Baichuan did not have this convenience. This was also the reason why Su Huang could cause havoc in the 7 openings land with his 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivation, severely injuring the 7 openings heavenly monarch and killing 3 earth venerables. Su Huang had relied on the Grand Array's power, of course. Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Bei. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He could only blame Zhu Jiuyin for falling into a deep slumber. If she could help, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Since he didn't have enough people, he could only deal with them one by one. As long as he cut off Zhao Baichuan's wings, it would be much easier to deal with him alone. Can you find Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, and the other 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivators? Yang Kai asked. Yuhi said, I'll try. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and held the Grand Array jade slit ring, relying on the Grand Array that covered the entire 7 openings land. She could faintly sense the situation inside. However, because she had not completely refined it, her perception was not complete. A moment later, Yuhi opened her eyes. There is 1 person in the water spirit land, 2 in the fire spirit land, and 2 in the earth spirit land. I don't know who is in the water spirit land and the fire spirit land, but the auras of the 2 in the earth spirit land are similar. Even the fluctuations of their divine souls are the same. It should be the Ouyang brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Then let's start with the 2 of them. Ouyang Bing and Ouyang Lai were twin brothers and were proficient in joint attacks. Their individual combat strength was not as good as the other heads of Crimson Star, but when they combined their swords, they were the most difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had fought with Crimson Star's people in the Great Void Realm and had a deep understanding of this. If he could get rid of the Ouyang brothers, Crimson Star's combat strength would drop significantly. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing and pasted it on his face. With a slight thought, it transformed into the image of a fair-skinned man. 7 faces. Yuhi stared at him and whispered, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes. You recognize this thing? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but quickly reacted. Yuhi should have seen this mask before. 7 faces was given to him by the lady boss, and there were some unclear grievances between Yuhi and the lady boss, so it was not surprising that she had seen 7 faces before. 7 faces was an appearance-changing artifact. It was extremely peculiar and could allow the user to transform into 7 different faces. The most peculiar thing was that this thing could not only change one's appearance, but also one's aura. It was quite mysterious. However, the lady boss had also said that 7 faces had the same drawbacks as the shadowless veil. A low-rank splitting heaven saint could not see through it, but a mid-rank splitting heaven saint would risk being exposed. The stronger the enemy, the greater the chance of being exposed. As for a high-rank splitting heaven saint, it was best not to take it out and throw it away after changing his appearance and aura. Even if those who were most familiar with Yang Kai stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. Yang Kai took out his good wishes bag, and Yuhi understood and relaxed her mind. Before putting her inside, Yang Kai said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see the lady boss and apologize to her. She shouldn't hold it against you. Yuhi forced a smile. I've already made a big mistake. Elder Sister Lon probably won't forgive me, but it doesn't matter. Being beaten to death by her isn't a bad thing." Yang Kai was speechless, but he didn't say anything, urging the good wishes bag to put Yuhi inside before shaking the shadowless veil, concealing his aura and whereabouts and walking out of his hiding place. It had to be said that the combination of 7 faces and shadowless veil was simply wonderful. One could conceal one's aura and figure while the other could change one's appearance, making them the most suitable for sneaking around. Yang Kai was no stranger to Kikikyo land. For better or worse, he had lived here for a long time, but he was only familiar with the city and the Fire Spirit land, and had never been to the other 6 spirit provinces. After identifying the direction, he went straight to the Earth Spirit land. In the Earth Spirit land, the Ouyang brothers led a group of disciples to patrol the territory. Kikikyo land had 7 spirit provinces, and now there were only 5 people left in Crimson Star except for the Great Master. Originally, according to Chen Tianfei's plan, everyone would be in charge of one spirit province, and everything in the spirit province would be taken care of by them. However, the Ouyang brothers' situation was special. They had always been inseparable, so the 2 of them only took one spirit province. From today onwards, the Earth spiritual land would be the territory of the 2 brothers. The Ouyang brothers were also quite excited. After cultivating for so many years, they had never controlled such a large piece of land. As they patrolled, they chatted and imagined a beautiful future. Just as they were talking, the 2 suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction. They saw a stream of light rushing over and landing in front of them, turning into a young man with a fair complexion. The Ouyang brothers were stunned for a moment because this person looked very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen him before. However, before they could carefully consider it, that person had already cupped his hands and said, "My lords, Master Chen has a message for you. Please take a look." Saying so, he handed over a jade slip with both hands. Ouyang Lai frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Chen Tianfei up to now?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Ouyang Bing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what. Just as he hesitated, Ouyang Lai had already taken the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. At this moment, a sensational aura suddenly filled the air. This aura was so terrifying that it made the Ouyang brothers, 4th grade heaven-opening realm masters, feel cold all over, and the other disciples' faces changed drastically. "Divine spirit," Ouyang Bing exclaimed. This aura was the aura of a divine spirit, and it was the aura of Zhu Jiuyin. It was a trap. Ouyang Bing's hair stood on end, and he finally understood where the sense of wrongness in his heart came from. However, before he could even react, 2 figures had already appeared like ghosts without any warning. Both of them were women. One of them raised a palm and lightly pressed it towards Ouyang Lai's chest, while the other shook a cold water long sword, which turned into a sword light that covered the sky and enveloped Ouyang Bing. At the same time, 2 behemoths also appeared, one spitting out raging flames towards Qi Xing, and the others while the other wriggled, releasing a stinky mucus that corroded the void. The aura of world force rippled. With a light crack, Ouyang Lai's eyes bulged and his chest caved in. Caught off guard, Yuhi's palm had almost taken his life. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 was only a single minor realm, and under normal circumstances, Ouyang Lai was not Yui's opponent, not to mention that he was first deterred by the aura of a divine spirit and then ambushed by a sneak attack. However, after taking Yuhi's palm, Ouyang Lai still did not die. A 4th grade heaven-opening realm master's vitality was tenacious, so it was not so easy to kill him. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar exploded. Behind Yuhi, a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Using Yuhi's figure as a cover, the spear peeked out from her shoulder and stabbed into Ouyang Lai's head. With a boom, Ouyang Lai's head exploded, and blood spurted out from his neck. "Big brother!" Ouyang Bing roared, his eyes instantly turning red. The two brothers had been together since they were born, and had never been separated for so many years. Now his own brother was killed, right under his nose. Ouyang Bing was furious. In his fury, he lost his mind. Lu Shui's long sword flew, and every strike was aimed at his vital points. In an instant, Ouyang Bing's whole body spurted blood, and he did not know how many times he had been stabbed. Chapter 4139. Lu Shui's strength was extraordinary. After all, she was once one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. She mainly cultivated the sword Dao, and was most proficient in killing. Back in the great cosmological realm, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was almost killed by her heart's sword, which showed how strong this woman was. On the other hand, Ouyang Bing's strength was only below average among the 4th grade Sky Splitters. She had to join hands with her brother to perform that joint attack. Now that Ouyang Lai had died, how could he be Lu Shui's match? Not to mention that Yuhi, who had pulled out her hand, was already pouncing on him. He was already beaten to the point where he could only parry and had no strength to fight back. Now that he was in danger, his heart was dead. On the other side, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also showed their might. Yang Kai was originally worried that these two strange beasts wouldn't be of much use outside the universe world, but now it seemed that they could actually fight the lower grade Sky Splitters head-on. The Scarlet Flood Dragon spewed flames from its mouth, and from time to time, a Scarlet Star Disciple would be burned into a fireball. The Earth Dragon's mouth expanded and wriggled, swallowing a Scarlet Star Disciple in one gulp. Many Scarlet Star Disciples' expressions changed drastically as they dodged. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After piercing Ouyang Lai's head with his spear, he immediately summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. The gourd opened. An array of light shot out from the divine essence-fused gourd, sweeping in all directions. He was just the Emperor Realms Cultivator, who had condensed 4 types of energy. Without using external force or divine technique Dharma idol, he was no match for any Heaven Splitter Realm Cultivator. However, it was different with the divine essence-fused light. This thing was a 6th grade metal elemental energy, and an ordinary cultivator couldn't resist it. Under the divine essence-fused light, many Scarlet Star Disciples who hadn't reached the Heaven Splitter realm had their bodies riddled with holes and died in an instant. Only a few lower-grade Sky Splitters had eyes wide open as they urged their mini-universe force to resist. Strictly speaking, the Grade 6 Divine Essence-Fused Light could only be countered by Grade 6 Divine Essence-Fused Light. However, this was only a simple comparison of power. The heaven-opening realm condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, and they mutually countered and multiplied endlessly. They formed a miniature universe world within their body, allowing them to use the power of a world. As such, even if it was only a few low-grade heaven openers, they could still block the power of the divine essence-fused light. However, defending for a long time was bound to be lost. A level 6 strength had a level 6 strength, and even a lower grade split the heavens wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It didn't take long for Ouyang Bing's life force to fade away, and she died on the spot. He wasn't a match for any of Yuhi, let alone the 2 of them working together. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Bing was killed by Lu Shui's sword. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with remaining grievances. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he could meet Yuhi and Lu Shui in this Chiqiao land. With 2 4th-stage Heaven Splitters killed, how could the remaining Crimson Star Disciples still have the strength to resist? Yuhi Lu Shui's figure flickered and swept into the battlefield, killing all the Crimson Star Disciples in just a moment. The battle broke out suddenly, and it ended quickly as well. It only took a few breaths of time. None of the dozens of Crimson Star disciples, including the 2 sect masters, managed to escape. They were all wiped out. In this surprise attack, Yang Kai's side could be said to have won a great victory. After putting all the corpses into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai cleaned up the battlefield so that no one would notice any flaws. Then he put Yuhi Lu Shui and the Scarlet Flood Dragon into his scepter bag and went straight to the Water Spirit Land. According to the information he had investigated before, the Ouyang brothers were on the Earth Spirit Land side. The Water Spirit Land side had a Crimson Star sect master, but she didn't know who he was. As for the Fire Spirit Land side, there were 2 people, so Yang Kai naturally had to pick on the soft persimmons first. Half an hour later, another great battle was over. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and collected the corpses on the ground. The one on the Water Spirit Land side was none other than Madame Qin. She was accompanied by a few low-rank heaven opening masters and hundreds of Crimson Star sect disciples. Yang Kai used the same trick again. He hid his face and approached, then released Yuhi and the others to catch Madame Qin off guard. Just like the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin had just obtained a territory. Madame Qin excitedly led a group of subordinates to explore and imagine a beautiful future, but who would have thought that danger would lurk around her? In a moment of carelessness, she was seriously injured by Yuhi, and what happened next was no suspense. In less than an hour, 3 sect masters of Crimson Star died tragically, and more than a dozen low-rank heaven-opening masters died. It could be said that this was a serious blow. The reason for such a result was that Crimson Star's side was not prepared at all, and Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. He had the 6 Unity Scepter bag that could hide Yuhi and the others, and 7 faces that could change his appearance and aura. It was not surprising that he had such a result. However, this was not the end. On Crimson Star's side, there was still Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, and Bei Yushan. Only by killing all of them would the Kikikyo land truly belong to Yang Kai. In the 2 battles, although there was no danger, and they won with an absolute advantage, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. After recovering for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the Fire Spirit Land. The 2 on the Fire Spirit Land side were undoubtedly Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he was single-minded and was not a concern. On the contrary, Chen Tianfei was full of schemes and would not be so easy to deal with. Yang Kai did not know if he would be exposed if he approached him like this. In the Fire Spirit Land, in the Fire Spirit Fruit Orchard, Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan led a large group of Crimson Star disciples on an inspection. The fruit trees were filled with bright red fruits, causing Chen Tianfei and the others to smile. There were 7 spirit provinces in the Qiqiao land, and each spirit province had a different fruit tree, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang. The spirit fruits produced could be used to refine the heaven-opening pill, which was also the biggest source of income for the Qiqiao land. From now on, this would be Crimson Star's industry. While they were inspecting, a stream of light came from afar and soon arrived in front of them, revealing a figure. Chen Tianfei looked up and saw a man cupping his fists and saying, "Master Chen, the 2 Ouyang masters have a message for you." Saying so, he presented a jade slip with both hands. The person who came was naturally Yang Kai. Just like what he had said to the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin before, there was no change at this moment. Bei Yushan muttered, "What do those 2 brothers want to do?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Chen Tianfei stopped him and looked at Yang Kai faintly. "What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" Yang Kai lowered his head. "This disciple's status is lowly. I'm afraid Master Chen won't pay attention to me." He was a little annoyed. This fatty really wasn't easy to deal with. When he used this method to deal with the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, they didn't ask him anything, but when it came to this damn fatty, he was acting suspiciously. Chun Tianfei chuckled. This king has been nurtured and trusted by the first master and has been in charge of Crimson Star for many years. Now, there are 3,351 people under Crimson Star, and this king has memorized their names and appearances, but I don't remember you. Where did you come from? Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. 3,351 people, and he could memorize their names and appearances? Was this fatty for real? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Chun Tianfei suddenly sighed. The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin are most likely dead, right? Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he looked at Chun Tianfei in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled encouragingly. Master Chun must be joking. The two Ouyang brothers are currently patrolling the Earth's spiritual land. Chun Tianfei slowly shook his head. If that's the case, why didn't they respond when I sent a message to them? Not only did they not respond, but Madame Qin also didn't respond. Chun Tianfei's eyes narrowed as a cold light blossomed from them. Who are you? You've been exposed. Yang Kai sighed and looked at Chun Tianfei. Master Chun is amazing to be able to see through this. This young master is impressed. As he spoke, his voice returned to normal. Chun Tianfei's eyes widened. Yang Kai. Seven Faces could not only change his appearance and aura, he could also change his voice. Now that he had revealed his original voice, Chun Tianfei immediately recognized him. He couldn't help but be stunned. How could Yang Kai appear here? After the people from Soaring Smoke Hall left, he had already sent disciples to guard the damaged areas of the spirit array, so it was impossible for someone to sneak in. Could it be that he had been here before? But how did he get in? Chun Tianfei couldn't figure it out, but it didn't stop him from feeling ecstatic. Brat, there is a path to heaven, but you don't want to walk, and there is no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. I couldn't find you at first, but now that you've shown yourself, let's see how you'll die. Yang Kai laughed. Since I dared to show myself, then I won't be afraid of you. The ones who will die today are you. He raised his hand and opened the Rui pouch, revealing Yu He and the others. At the same time, Chun Tianfei also waved his hand, set up the spirit array. Originally, there were many disciples around Chun Tianfei. These disciples seemed to be standing in groups of 2s and 3s, but in fact, they were hiding something and had long been on guard. Chun Tianfei was quick-witted, and when he couldn't contact the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, he immediately realized that something had happened to them. Since he knew something had happened to them, how could he not be on guard? The reason why he stayed here was just to wait for them to show up, but Yang Kai didn't know anything and just barged in. Following his order, the many Crimson Star disciples instantly formed a battle formation. Not only that, but Chun Tianfei also raised his fat hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. Yu He raised her hand to meet the attack, and Chun Tianfei was startled. How could he dare to meet it head-on? After all, his strength was a grade lower than Yu He's, and if he met her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. So he immediately exclaimed, "First Master, HM?" Yu He was startled and turned her head to look in a certain direction, only to see a layer of ripples appear in the void, and the Crimson Star's first master, Zhao Baichuan, appeared like a ghost. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force slapped down on Yu He. Yu He changed her move and met Zhao Baichuan's attack head-on, but both of them shook and retreated 3 steps. With this attack, both sides were evenly matched. Lady Yu He is indeed powerful. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yu He indifferently and praised her generously. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. First Master is also not bad. Chapter 4140. The two were both level 5 sky splitters, but they had never fought before. After all, there was no opportunity for them to fight in the great cosmological realm. At that time, Zhao Baichuan was very respectful in front of Yang Kai. With Zhao Baichuan's rescue, Chun Tianfei was able to break free from Yu He and quickly stood beside Zhao Baichuan with Bei Yushan. Meanwhile, Many Crimson Star low-rank Heaven Splitters laid down a large formation, their auras tightly linked together, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Everyone's figures were wandering around, not revealing their mysteries for the time being. Nobody knew what this formation was. Sword Pavilion had a sword formation, so Red Star naturally had its own foundation. Although Yang Kai had once entered Red Star and was the sixth master, he still didn't know much about Red Star's secrets. Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin. Zhao Baichuan frowned slightly and looked at Yuhi. Are they dead or alive? He was preparing to go into seclusion to refine the 7 Openings Lands formation jade ring, but before he started, he received a message from Chen Tianfei saying that Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin had lost contact. Something must have happened. He didn't dare to believe it at that time. After all, Red Star had just colluded with Flying Smoke Hall to seize the 7 Openings Land. When he left, Brother Ouyang and Madame Qin were fine. What could have happened in such a short time? Besides, there was no one else in the entire 7 Openings Land except for them, who could do anything to them. After trying to contact them, he found that it was as Chen Tianfei said, he couldn't reach them at all. Zhao Baichuan also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't care less about refining the formation jade ring and immediately hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to react. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, and his strength was far inferior to him, so he naturally couldn't detect him. At this moment, seeing Yuhi, Yang Kai, and the others, how could Zhao Baichuan not know that his 3 capable assistants had been plotted against? Yuhi chuckled. They are naturally dead. Zhao Baichuan's face sank. Miss Yuhi, although your courage is commendable, this is unwise. Are you bullying Red Star because there is no one else? Although Yuhi had Lu Shui and Yang Kai, as well as the Red Dragon and Earth Dragon in Zhao Baichuan's eyes, except for Yuhi, who was a 5th stage Sky Splitter, the others were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he dealt with Yuhi, he could do whatever he wanted with the rest. Yuhi laughed lightly and said, Why does Head need to probe? Since this concubine dares to appear, naturally, I am not afraid of you. Ooh, Zhao Baichuan said seriously. Miss, do you have the confidence to win against me? On his side, he had a 5th stage splitter, 2 4th stage splitters, and dozens of lower stage splitters. On the other hand, Yuhi and Yang Kai only had 1 5th stage splitter, 1 4th stage splitter, 1 5th stage splitter, and 1 from the Emperor realm. They were just 2 mutated beasts. The disparity in strength and numbers was so great that they had no hope of winning. We'll only know after we fight, Yuhi said calmly. Zhao Baichuan said seriously, perhaps we can have a good talk. There's no need to make such a big fuss. Chen Tianfei was stunned. Why did the first master's words sound like he wanted to bury the hatchet? Were they not going to avenge the deaths of the 3 heads? Yuhi was also stunned for a moment. She chuckled and said, What does the first master want to talk about? Zhao Baichuan said, My Crimson Star has now obtained the Qiqiao land, and there are many things waiting to be done. We are in need of people. Miss, you killed 3 of my heads, and this hatred is unresolvable. However, if you can swear on your Dao seal to join my Crimson Star and serve my Crimson Star wholeheartedly in the future, then we will naturally be a family. Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He secretly admired Zhao Baichuan. As expected of the first master, his vision was even more farsighted than his own. He only wanted to kill these guys in front of him. Firstly, he wanted to avenge the dead Ouyang brothers and stabilize the hearts of the people. Secondly, he wanted to seize the wealth on Yang Kai and contribute to the future development of Crimson Star. However, if the first master's proposal was successful, it would be more helpful to Crimson Star than killing them. Yuhi was after all a 5th grade splitter, and her combat strength was not bad. With her help, Crimson Star could rise to a higher level. If she surrendered, then Yang Kai would not be able to make any waves. Wouldn't his wealth be Crimson Star's? A matter that could be solved without bloodshed was naturally better than fighting and killing. But would these guys in front of him agree? Sure enough, Yuhi chuckled when she heard this and turned to look at Yang Kai. Young master, the first master wants us to surrender to him. Yang Kai put on a straight face and said coolly, in his dreams. Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan. First master, you heard my young master's reply? Zhao Baichuan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Junior, you only have one life and one chance. Don't make a mistake. He could not understand why Yuhi, a fifth-grade splitter, would listen to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said arrogantly, if you kneel down and beg for mercy now and swear on your Tao seals that you will follow this young master's lead in the future, perhaps you can still keep your dog lives. Otherwise, Brother Ouyang and Madam Qin will be your examples. Zhao Baichuan was furious. Junior, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that this matter could not be negotiated and immediately shouted, attack! As soon as he said this, the low-grade splitters who had been surrounding Yang Kai and the others all formed hand seals. In an instant, dozens of auras linked together and turned into an invisible millstone that shot towards everyone. This spirit array had been hidden before, and its power was not obvious, but at this moment, when it was activated, it actually shattered space. Most importantly, this spirit array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, so Yang Kai and the others who were surrounded by it could not escape at all. However, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he was not in a hurry. Yuhi raised her hand and chuckled lightly. You have a spirit array to help you, but I also have a spirit array. As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the head of a low-grade heaven splitter. The low-grade splitter sensed the arrival of danger, and his expression changed greatly. But before he could react, the bolt of lightning struck him. Without a sound, the lower grade split the heavens turned into powder and disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mark where it had been. The expressions of Qi Xing and the others changed greatly, and Zhao Baichuan looked like he had seen a ghost. How can you control this spirit array? That bolt of lightning was clearly the power of the 7 apertures Earth spirit array, not Yui's own power. Previously, when the 7 apertures heavenly monarch controlled this spirit array to resist the attacks of the soaring smoke hall, Zhao Baichuan had recognized it at a glance. After all, this was the spirit array of a second-grade force. Although Yuhi had only refined 50% of the jade slit, she could still use a portion of its power. The dead heaven splitter was only at the 2nd stage and was unable to resist the power of this spirit array, so this attack immediately succeeded. Yuhi chuckled. There are many things you don't know. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk lightning fell from the sky, rumbling in all directions. Zhao Baichuan and the others all paled and cried out in alarm, using various methods to resist. Their strength was not bad, and they were able to block the attacks of the lightning. However, the low-rank heaven splitters were out of luck. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky in an endless stream. No matter how hard they tried, they could not block them. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and more than half of the several dozen low-grade splitters died in an instant. The spirit array set up by Qi Xing collapsed, and the pressure on Yang Kai and the others was greatly reduced. They immediately activated the divine essence-fused gourd, and the divine essence-fused light swept out, combining with the power of lightning to attack the enemy. Lu Shui wielded the aqua sword, and sword light flowed and cold qi filled the air, each strike reaping lives. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon's massive bodies also charged into the enemy group, and the surviving low-grade splitters were all horrified. Bitch, stop. Zhao Baichuan's eyes widened as he roared, and the aura of world force surged as he charged towards Yuhi. Yui chuckled, and with a thought, the spirit array changed again. A thick fog appeared out of thin air, enveloping a large area in the blink of an eye. Directly enveloping her, Zhao Baichuan, Qintian, and Bei Yushan. The thick fog tumbled, and the sounds of fighting could be heard coming from inside, mixed with the angry shouts of the three masters from Qixing, but no one could be seen. This was the convenience of controlling the spirit array. Yuhi was a 5th grade splitter, and in terms of ability, she was on par with Zhao Baichuan, but by relying on the many transformations of the spirit array, she could fight 1 against 3, creating an opportunity for Lu Shui to kill the enemy. Qi Xing originally had several dozen low-grade splitters, but they were first ambushed and killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then more than half of them were killed by Yuhi's spirit array. Now, almost all of them were injured, and with Lu Shui's aura of a 4th stage splitter filling the air, how could they dare resist? Yang Kai held the divine essence-fused light, and the 6th stage divine essence-fused light filled the air, sweeping through the world. There was also the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. 1 low-grade splitter after another died, and corpses fell from the sky. In just a few dozen breaths of time, almost all of the low-grade splitters who were lucky enough to survive had died, and only a few people managed to escape. Lu Shui wanted to kill them all, but Yang Kai stopped her. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Turning his head to look at the fog, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about the few low-grade splitters who had escaped. Now, the main thing was to deal with the remaining 3 masters from Qixing. Although Yuhi could fight 1 against 3 by relying on the power of the spirit array, she hadn't completely refined the jade slit ring, so the power of the spirit array she could display was limited. Now that she was fighting 1 against 3, it was hard to say how long she could trap them. Suddenly, a burly figure rushed out of the fog. It was Bei Yushan. This guy's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was full of murderous intent. When he rushed out of the fog, he was still a little confused. Previously, when he was in the fog, he couldn't display his strength at all, and he couldn't even find where Yuhi was hiding. This made him furious, and he had rampaged through the fog, but he hadn't expected to actually break free. At this moment, when he raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Lu Shui, he immediately shouted, "Thieves, hand over your lives!" The ground under his feet cracked open, and Bei Yushan pounced towards Yang Kai and Lu Shui like a wild beast that had just been let out of its cage. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon rushed forward, but they were sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Their huge bodies tumbled far away, smashing a large orchard. Chapter 4141. Bei Yushan rushed over like a ferocious beast, but Lu Shui met him head-on, her aqua sword blossoming with a soft moonlight. "Be careful. This person has extraordinary strength. Don't fight him head-on," Yang Kai warned, while holding the divine essence-fused gourd. Bei Yushan was shrouded in a golden light. As if he was made of gold, his arms crossed in front of him, completely ignoring the sword Qi. Asterisk Qi Qi Qi. Asterisk when the sword Qi struck Bei Yushan, it was blocked by his protective barrier, and although it was barely able to break through, it only left a few shallow wounds on his body. Although Bei Yushan was simple-minded and single-minded, he was born with extraordinary strength and a powerful defense. As a fellow 4th stage heaven splitter, Lu Shui's sword Qi could do nothing to him. Although the two of them had lived in Star City for countless years, this was the first time they had faced each other head-on. For a time, Lu Shui frowned. After blocking Lu Shui's killing move, Bei Yushan arrived in front of her in a few steps. Grinning sinisterly, he punched towards Lu Shui's face. Lu Shui retreated, drawing circles with her sword one after another. Large circles encircled small circles, and small circles encircled even smaller sword circles, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. These sword circles contained extremely strange power. Even though Bei Yushan's strength was extraordinary, and the power of this punch was enough to shatter a star, he was still blocked by these countless sword circles. As soon as he fell into them, it was as if he was in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the more he sank, unable to exert his strength. Not only that, but even Bei Yushan's movements were slowed down. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the power of the divine essence-fused gourd to rush towards Bei Yushan. The power of the six-stage divine essence-fused light was boundless. So Bei Yushan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly urged his world force to support himself. Previously, when Yang Kai urged the divine essence-fused light, many lower-grade heaven splitters could resist it for a while, let alone Bei Yushan, a mid-grade heaven splitter. Golden light flickered on his body, and the sixth-grade divine essence-fused light was unable to do anything to him. Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to interfere in a battle between fourth-stage martial artists who split open the heavens. Now that he could use the divine essence-fused light to wear down Bei Yushan's strength, he was already very satisfied. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei were trapped by Yui's grand array, as long as he could join forces with Lu Shui to kill this Bei Yushan, they would be able to gain an even greater advantage. Furious roars rang out as the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon flew back. Previously, they had been sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Although they weren't heavily injured, they had completely aroused their ferocious nature. Now that they had rejoined the battle, the two of them had learned their lesson. They no longer approached Bei Yushan. One of them spat out flames, while the other spat out sticky liquid at Bei Yushan. The raging flames were not as powerful as Yang Kai's first essence magnetic divine light, but the Earth Dragon's mucus was even more effective. The Earth Dragon's mucus was extremely corrosive, and when it fell on Bei Yushan's body, it emitted a sizzling sound as golden light flashed wildly. Bei Yushan flew into a rage and roared again and again. He wanted to deal with the Earth Dragon, but he simply couldn't break free from the restraints of Lu Shui's sword ring. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he continued to circulate the power of the divine essence-fused light. In this situation, if Bei Yushan didn't have any other methods, he would only end up nursing a grievance. However, if he wanted to kill him, he would need to slowly wear down his strength. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Bei Yushan finally realized that something was wrong. He had lost more than half of his strength, and if he didn't continue like this, he would really die here. Turning his head to look at the fog, he could only hear the sounds of battle coming from inside, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that the chief head and Chen Tianfei were powerless to protect themselves at this moment, so there was no way they could help him. With a roar, his aura suddenly soared. "Be careful," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Bei Yushan's figure suddenly swelled up. This person was already tall and sturdy, a full head taller than an ordinary person, but at this moment, using some kind of secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a blood-red light, and with the sound of bones dislocating, Bei Yushan directly transformed into a small giant several dozen meters tall. This small giant was majestic, its exposed skin constantly spraying out a bloody mist that lingered around its body. Lu Shui's eyes narrowed as she saw how terrifying Bei Yushan's move was. Although he had to pay a huge price to use it, his strength had increased by more than just a little. Her strength was on par with Bei Yushan's, perhaps even a little higher, but after Bei Yushan used this secret technique, it was obvious that he was stronger than her. The sword ring still surrounded Bei Yushan, restricting his freedom, but under Bei Yushan's fist, the sword ring shattered, causing Lu Shui to let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Immediately after, Bei Yushan stretched out his hand, and grabbed the scarlet flood dragon that was constantly swimming around him. He swung the scarlet flood dragon's body and smashed it onto the earth dragon's body. The two mutated beasts rolled into a ball, their auras greatly reduced. "Smelly woman, I'll kill you." Bei Yushan broke free and rushed towards Lu Shui, his nostrils puffing hot air. Lu Shui didn't dare to be careless, wiping her long sword with her fingers as she shouted. The long sword turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Bei Yushan's head. Bei Yushan raised his hand to grab it, but as he did, a hole appeared in his palm and blood flowed out. Seeing the long sword coming towards him, Bei Yushan didn't panic, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood that hit the streak of light. With a loud clang, the long sword was knocked away. Bei Yushan grinned and slapped his huge palm towards Lu Shui. The latter paled slightly and hurriedly dodged, but with the protection of Yang Kai's divine essence-fused light, she was finally able to escape. Having missed, Bei Yushan immediately turned his head towards Yang Kai, his face ferocious. "A mere emperor realm master dares to be impudent in front of me? Hand over your life." He actually abandoned Lu Shui and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. After turning into a small giant, his mind seemed to have been affected, and he was easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly. "Be careful!" Lu Shui cried out in alarm, retracting her long sword and preparing to attack, but it was still too late. She could only watch as Bei Yushan slapped towards Yang Kai. With this slap, how could Yang Kai, who was only an Emperor Realm Master, survive? Lu Shui almost turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar rang out, and the aura of a divine spirit suddenly surged. Although this aura was not as strong as Zhu Jiuwen's, it gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to Zhu Jiuwen's. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Shui was stunned. Where Yang Kai had been standing, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a behemoth with a towering head and feet appeared. This behemoth was covered in dragon scales, had dragon horns on its head, sharp dragon claws, a dragon tail behind it, and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Dragon pressure filled the air. Dragon race? Lu Shui was dumbfounded. The small giant Bei Yushan had transformed into was not short, but in front of such a behemoth, the difference was like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Bei Yushan was also stunned. After transforming into a small giant, he had always been the one to look down on others, but today he actually had to look up. A huge shadow loomed over his head, covering the world as a dragon claw slapped towards him. Bei Yushan immediately roared and raised his hands high above his head, as if he was holding up the sky. Just as he made this gesture, the dragon claw had already slapped down. With a loud bang, the world trembled, and Bei Yushan was nowhere to be seen. This 100-meter-tall small giant had been slapped directly into the ground. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes trembled. Just when she thought the situation was settled, Bei Yushan's crazy roar came from below the dragon claw. Then the dragon claw slowly raised, and Bei Yushan's figure slowly appeared. The muscles all over his body bulged as he forcibly lifted the dragon claw with brute force. He was already extremely strong, and now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had risen to another level. Even if Yang Kai had transformed into a half-dragon, he could not gain any advantage in a contest of pure strength. The aura of world force became violent, and with a sudden lift, Yang Kai's huge body was sent flying. Bei Yushan laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha! Good, good, good." Again, as if he had gone mad, he ignored everything and rushed directly towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to compete in strength again. Lu Shui urged her sword chi to stop him, but he turned a blind eye to it, allowing the sword chi to slash into his body, leaving him riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. This guy is crazy, Lu Shui thought to herself, guessing that her opponent might have been affected by that secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai regained his footing and looked down at Bei Yushan, who was rushing towards him, his expression indifferent as he clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Bei Yushan's eyes lit up, and he also swung his fist to meet the attack. For him, this kind of battle was the most exciting. None of the enemies he had encountered in the past were willing to compete with him in terms of strength. They were always jumping up and down like monkeys, making him very unhappy. The two fists quickly approached each other, but one was huge and the other was tiny. However, this was only relative. The fists of the little giant that was more than 100 feet tall would not be too small, especially when the peak of the fist was still surrounded by the mighty power of the world. A long spear suddenly appeared, growing as the wind blew. Yang Kai grasped the huge black dragon spear, and with a dragon roar, he poured his strength into it and fiercely thrust it out. The joy and excitement in Bei Yushan's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fury. The blood mist around his body boiling as he roared, "I want you dead." In his anger, he did not retreat, but instead moved forward, his hands reaching for the black dragon spear, as if he wanted to seize it. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt, as thick as a water bucket, suddenly fell from the sky, exploding on Bei Yushan's head. This lightning bolt was very different from the previous ones, both in terms of color and power. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy had decreased by a lot. It was obvious that he had used a lot of Qiqiao Land's resources to activate this attack. Chapter 41-42. The consumption was huge, but the effect was very obvious. Bei Yushan was enveloped by the purple lightning and immediately trembled like a sieve. His hair stood on end. The lightning wandered around his body and dispersed the blood mist, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move. At this moment, the blue dragon spear arrived. The spear shot out like a dragon, piercing through Bei Yushan's chest and exiting from his back, directly piercing through his heart. Bei Yushan's eyes widened as he grabbed the blue dragon spear with both hands and threw it behind him. The force behind this throw was so strong that even Yang Kai was unable to hold on. Suddenly, a fist came crashing toward him. Sensing the aura of death, Yang Kai's heart rang with alarm as he roared, "Dragon Shield!" The seal in his body began to shine brightly, and an earthen yellow energy overflowed from his body, transforming into one solid dragon shield after another, blocking between him and Bei Yushan. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon shields had appeared, layer upon layer. Although the quality of the earth attribute Yang Kai condensed was extremely high because he had not broken through to splitting the heavens, this was just a simple application of earth attribute force. Although its defense was not weak, in the face of the world force of a fourth stage heaven-splitting master's fury, it was still insufficient. If not for this, he would not have been able to summon so many dragon shields at once. This was also the reason why the sixth stage divine essence-fused light was blocked by some lower stage heaven-splitting masters. Asterisk, Kacha, asterisk, wherever the fist passed, the dragon shields shattered one after another, as if they were made of paper. However, although the dragon shields were shattered, they were not completely useless. At the very least, they had weakened the power of Bei Yushan's fist. The hundreds of dragon shields only lasted 3 breaths of time before shattering completely. The fist rapidly expanded in Yang Kai's field of vision, smashing into his abdomen. Dragon scales were sent flying, as Yang Kai's huge figure was sent flying, blood spraying out from his wounds midair. Enduring the pain, he summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, the rich divine essence-fused light surged out and swept towards Bei Yushan. Originally, After Bei Yushan had used that secret technique, his body had expanded, and his strength had soared. Blood mist had covered the surface of his body, making his defense impregnable. However, after being struck by Yuhi's lightning bolt, the blood mist had collapsed, and a flaw had appeared in his defense, allowing Yang Kai to succeed. And now, there was an enormous hole in Bei Yushan's chest. The front of his chest was completely penetrated. His heart had been punctured. Such an injury could be said to be fatal, but Bei Yushan still hadn't died. It could be seen how tenacious his vitality was. Dense divine light of origin magnetism poured into Bei Yushan's body through this hole, washing his flesh and blood. Bei Yushan acted as if he didn't feel anything as he strode towards Yang Kai step by step, determined to kill him. Sword Qi crisscrossed as a dazzling sword light slashed towards Bei Yushan. Lu Shui tried to stop it, but it wasn't very effective. She could only watch helplessly as Bei Yushan rushed towards Yang Kai, her heart leaping into her throat. Yang Kai was severely injured and was unable to maintain his dragon form. Although Bei Yushan had only punched him once, it had to be known that this was a strike from a 4th grade opening heaven-burning wrath. Yang Kai was lucky that he hadn't died. By relying on the hundreds of dragon shields and the strength of his half-dragon body, he had already returned to his original form by the time he was sent flying. The little giant rushed in front of him, swinging his fist. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead looking up with an indifferent expression. Just as this fist was about to hit, Bei Yushan's movements suddenly froze, followed by a miserable scream. Multicolored light overflowed from his 7 apertures, and not just his 7 apertures, but even his body bloomed with multicolored light. This multicolored light was none other than the divine light of origin magnetism that had poured into his body. The multicolored light that poured out continued for a dozen breaths of time before gradually coming to a stop. The divine light of origin magnetism was retracted by Yang Kai, but Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was no longer breathing, standing there like a statue with his fist raised high. In the next moment, with a loud crash, Bei Yushan's entire body turned into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Bei Yushan's heart had been pierced by Yang Kai's spear, and he had suffered an indelible injury. Lu Shui had also been constantly attacking him, so the accumulated injuries were extremely terrifying. With the divine light of origin magnetism wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his flesh and meridians, it was already extraordinary that he had been able to persist until now. But in the end, he had still died. Lu Shui let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Just now, she had almost thought that the one who had died was Yang Kai. This battle could be said to be extremely difficult. Originally, both Lu Shui and Bei Yushan were at the 4th stage heaven-splitting realm, but their strength was almost on par. In a one-on-one battle, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. During the battle, Bei Yushan had been assisted by Yuhi's Spirit Array, Yang Kai's Endless Trump Cards, and Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had also contributed greatly. Only then had they been able to kill Bei Yushan here. This was also thanks to Bei Yushan using a secret technique that affected his mind. If he had not fought to the death and had instead focused on escaping, Yang Kai and Lu Shui might not have been able to keep him here. Unfortunately, although using a secret technique greatly increased Bei Yushan's strength, it also cut off his desire to escape. Hurry up and recover. Yang Kai coughed lightly and immediately stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. Although Bei Yushan had died, there was still Chen Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan. These two had to be killed, no matter what. Only by killing them could they truly occupy this Qiqiao land. Lu Shui's injuries were not too serious. In the previous battle, she had mainly been moving around and had not fought Bei Yushan head-on, so she had still retained a lot of her strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been pursued by Bei Yushan and had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, his recovery ability was also extraordinary. In less than half an hour, he had stood up again. Although he had not completely recovered, he already had the strength to fight. Yuhi's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. She had obviously been paying attention to the outside world. Yang Kai discussed with her for a while, decided on a plan, and then told Lu Shui the details. Lu Shui nodded, and her figure flickered, arriving at the periphery of the fog. She held her aqua-cold sword vertically in front of her. With a shake of the sword, it turned into thousands of sword images, each of which was filled with the world force of Lu Shui's small universe. Just as she finished her preparations, a fat man rushed out from the fog. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Yuhi controlled the spirit array and restrained the two Scarlet Star headmasters with her own strength. This battle could be said to be a great achievement. If she had not let him go, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to escape from the fog. Chen Tianfei's appearance at this moment was obviously intentional by Yuhi, just like how she released Bei Yushan before. Chen Tianfei's cultivation method was special. His body of fat was not a burden, but a means of protection that he relied on to survive. But now, this fat man had obviously lost a lot of weight, and his body was full of scars. Obviously, he did not have a good time in the fog. Originally, he was dizzy in the fog and could not see any trace of the enemy, but at this moment, he suddenly saw the light, causing Chen Tianfei to be stunned. However, in the next moment, his field of vision was filled with thousands of sword images. Chen Tianfei was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into a trap? He immediately took a deep breath, and his body suddenly expanded. Bei Yushan used a secret technique, and his body grew rapidly, turning into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Chen Tianfei, on the other hand, turned into a meatball. He did not have Bei Yushan's majesty and looked extremely comical. Sword images shrouded him, and a sizzling sound rang out incessantly as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Shui had succeeded in this one move. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Chen Tianfei's body quickly shriveled up like a deflated balloon. When the tens of thousands of sword lights dissipated, Chen Tianfei stood in place, covered in blood. He was panting and had a lingering fear in his heart. However, this fatty had now returned to his normal human form. His body of fat had long disappeared, and the clothes that were originally close to his body had become extremely loose. Bitch Lu Shui, how dare you trick me? Chen Tianfei's eyes were filled with anger. Lu Shui's face was solemn. You're still alive. She had been lying in ambush outside the fog, preparing her secret art in advance. She had thought that she could directly kill Chen Tianfei on the spot, but who knew that she only destroyed his fat? The result was really surprising. First it was Bei Yushan, and now it was this Chen Tianfei. Qi Xing and the other leaders were indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had been able to kill the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin, all thanks to Yang Kai's ability to change his appearance. She had caught them off guard, and with the crushing power of Yu Hua's fifth-grade sky-splitting technique, she had been able to easily kill them. Die for me! Chen Tianfei was furious and pounced on Lu Shui. Lu Shui snorted coldly. Her long sword danced and stabbed out, hitting Chen Tianfei's chest. However, the long sword did not feel like it had stabbed anything. Instead, it felt empty. Oh no! Lu Shui's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. The sword light shredded his clothes, but there was no trace of Chen Tianfei. After he had become thin, his clothes had become extremely loose, covering his true whereabouts. With a golden cicada shell shedding, he had indeed escaped Lu Shui's attack. Looking up, Chen Tianfei had already rushed towards where Yang Kai was. Obviously, he planned to capture Yang Kai first. It had to be said that Chen Tianfei's mind was sharper than that of ordinary people. In his current state, he could not defeat Yu He, nor was he a match for Lu Shui. If he wanted to live, the only way was to capture Yang Kai and use Yang Kai as a bargaining chip, to be able to be trusted by Zhao Baichuan and manage Qi Xing for so many years. Chen Tianfei's strength was not just as fat. Lu Shui hurriedly chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wind and thunder rolled in the sky. Yu He must have sensed that Yang Kai was in danger and intended to mobilize the power of the Great Array. At this moment, Yang Kai shook his hand and summoned a long vine. There were 7 gourds of different colors on the vine. The gourds were fast asleep, and when Yang Kai shook them, they immediately rolled into a ball, turning into small gourd people with sleepy eyes. What is this? Chen Tianfei was shocked. He was at the 4th stage and had never had the opportunity to enter the Elder's land, so he had never seen such a strange thing as a gourd vine. The long vine in Yang Kai's hand shook again, piercing through the 7 small gourd people. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements gathered on the vine, growing and multiplying endlessly. The aura of world force fluctuated. Chen Tianfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "5th stage heaven opening." From the gourd vine came the aura of a 5th stage heaven opening. In an instant, Chen Tianfei felt as if his soul had left his body. Chapter 41-43. The 7 little people in the gourd corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and each of them could nurture a rank 5 expert. In the land of the ancients, the man surnamed Go, who was chosen by the Holy Spirit Jin Wu, had activated the 7 little people in the gourd and shocked Yang Kai greatly. However, he had kept a trump card hidden until he entered the world fruit and was chased by Yang Kai. He had no choice but to use his trump card. At this moment, Yang Kai did the same. The gourd vine pierced through the 7 little people, and the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements gathered on the vine. It shone brightly and intertwined with each other, creating a cycle of reincarnation that evolved into infinite mysteries. With the help of the gourd vine splitting the heavens' power, Yang Kai swept the vine at Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei was shocked. After all, he was only a rank 4 expert. Although he was only 1 rank away from a rank 5 expert, his real strength was far from that of a rank 5 expert. If not, he would not have been so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. He raised both hands, gathered all his strength, and sent out palm shadows all over the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The gourd vines swept over, and the palm shadows collapsed. Under Chen Tianfei's horrified gaze, the vine viciously hit his body. "My life is over." Chen Tianfei wailed in his heart, and his face was ashen. But in the next moment, he discovered that the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. He had indeed been swept by the vine, but he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The aura emanating from the gourd vine was at the 5th stage, but the true might it could display was not at the 3rd stage. This vine was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It was not that the gourd vine was not strong enough, but that Yang Kai was not strong enough, just like how the man surnamed Go was not strong enough. Even if he had such a powerful weapon, he could not use its full power. Back in the world in the fruit, if the man surnamed Go had been able to activate the splitting the heavens power of a rank 5 expert, the one who died would not have been him, but Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai relied on the Golden Crow Casting Sun Dharma Divine technique and was able to compete with the lower grade splitter heavens, when faced with a 5th grade splitter heavens, he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. The man surnamed Go couldn't use the full power of the gourd vine and was killed by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the same situation as him, unable to use the full power of the gourd vine. However, Yang Kai never thought that he would be able to kill Chen Tianfei with just the gourd vines. That moment of deterrence was enough. Lu Shui. Before Chen Tianfei could attack again, Yang Kai shouted. Lu Shui was already prepared. When Yang Kai summoned the gourd vine, she had already activated her secret technique. At this moment, her glabella suddenly split open as if she had grown a third eye. From her glabella, a finger-sized golden sword chi suddenly slashed out. Glabella sword. This secret technique was Lu Shui's strongest trump card. Back then, she had relied on this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the great cosmological realm. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was huge and had the bloodline of the dragon race, so its vitality was tenacious. Even so, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's back was slashed open, and its head was almost chopped off. Later, it recovered after many days of recuperation. During the fierce battle with Bei Yushan, Lu Shui didn't use the secret technique because it couldn't be used at will. Instead, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate, and it couldn't be used a second time in a short time. She had left this secret technique mainly to deal with Chen Tianfei. The sword Qi slashed out from her glabella and instantly slashed behind Chen Tianfei. Although Chen Tianfei didn't see it, it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged. With a splatter of blood, a huge wound immediately appeared on Chen Tianfei's shoulder. The wound was a foot long and slanted down from his shoulder to his chest. One could almost see his beating heart and wriggling lungs inside. Such a wound could be said to be very serious, not to mention that there was still pure sword qi lingering around the wound, constantly cutting open Chen Tianfei's flesh and blood. However, although the wound wasn't light, this guy was still alive. Lu Shui felt that it was a pity. If she had moved slightly to the left, Chen Tianfei's head would have been chopped off. However, this damn fatty's reaction was too fast, and he was actually able to avoid the fatal blow in such a situation. Heavily injured, Chen Tianfei's eyes trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to fight again. He didn't even care about the headmaster trapped in the array. He leaped up and rushed straight towards the flaw of the 7 openings array, obviously wanting to escape this place. Where do you think you're going? Lu Shui held her sword and chased after him. Yang Kai's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei, blocking his path. The gourd vine in his hand shook again, turning into a long whip and lashing at him. Chen Tianfei gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Just now, Yang Kai had used the gourd vine, allowing him to see through the details of the vine. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid at this moment. As he spoke, he rushed towards Yang Kai without dodging, raising his palm to meet the gourd vine. With a boom, Chen Tianfei's body shook slightly. On the gourd vine, the 7 little people on the gourd vine were beaten back to their original forms, and the power to split open the heavens dissipated. Although this thing was convenient to use, it couldn't take too strong of an impact. Otherwise, the little gourds would be damaged and fall into a deep sleep, unable to be used again. Chen Tianfei forced the gourd vine back, and his speed increased again. Yang Kai withdrew the gourd vine and took out the black dragon spear, saying leisurely, "Ah Fei, the 7 openings array will be your burial ground. Don't waste your efforts." As he spoke, a round sun appeared behind him. The sun was brilliant and dazzling, and within the sun there was the cry of the golden crow. So, what if you have a divine technique Dharma idol? "Those who block me will die," Chen Tianfei roared, although a divine technique Dharma idol was good. And Zhao Baichuan had said that Yang Kai's divine technique Dharma idol could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter. Chen Tianfei was a mid-grade heaven splitter. In the world of heaven splitter, mid-grade and low-grade were 2 completely different realms, like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as he could break through Yang Kai and charge out of the 7 openings array, he would be able to escape. At that time, where could he not find shelter in this vast world? Unfortunately, just as Qi Xing had gained a firm foothold, Yang Kai had secretly schemed against him, causing him to lose the initiative, and even many of his family leaders to be buried here. Chun Tianfei's hatred for Yang Kai was so great that even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Chun Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and when he looked up, his vision was filled with lightning. In the sky, a giant bolt of lightning was falling down towards him. At the critical moment, Yuhi had split her attention to help. She controlled the power of the array and was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Chun Tianfei by herself. Now that only Zhao Baichuan was left in the fog, she was naturally able to deal with him with ease. She had always been paying attention to the outside world, not taking action, but once she did, she would cut off Chun Tianfei's path of survival. As the bolt of lightning fell, Chun Tianfei tried to dodge, but the speed of the bolt of lightning was too fast for him to dodge. As the bolt of lightning fell on his head, Chun Tianfei immediately let out a miserable cry. Lightning flashed all over his body as he trembled. The large wound on his shoulder immediately emitted the smell of burnt meat. At this moment, Yang Kai charged over with his spear. On the tip of the Azure Dragon spear, the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique Dharma Idol exuded a terrifying aura, completely covering Chun Tianfei. Hong, long, a figure rapidly fell from the sky. He was in a sorry state and his aura was unstable. Who else could it be but Chun Tianfei? First, he had lost all his fat from Lu Shui's killing move, losing his most powerful defense. Then, he was severely injured by the Mind's Eye sword. Next, he was injured by Yuhi's control array. Yang Kai's Golden Crow Casting Sun was immediately successful. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's attack was just icing on the cake. Although the Golden Crow Casting Sun was extraordinary, Yang Kai's foundation was not enough. Under normal circumstances, Chun Tianfei could easily break through the divine technique Dharma Idol. However, he was knocked dizzy by Lu Shui and Yuhi, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of him. With a boom, Chun Tianfei fell to the ground, immediately creating a huge crater. Without waiting for him to get up, Lu Shui had already charged over. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. He put away the Azure Dragon spear and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The outcome was decided. Chun Tianfei had suffered heavy injuries and had less than 70% of his strength left. On the other hand, Lu Shui had not consumed much energy, so defeating him was not a problem. With Chun Tianfei dealt with, the only one left was Zhao Baichuan. In front of Yuhi, who controlled the array, Zhao Baichuan had no way out. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Looking at this huge 7 corners land, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little strange. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe and arriving at the 3,000 worlds, this was the first place he had settled down. Because of his various encounters here, he did not have the slightest good impression of this place. However, he did not expect that under various circumstances, this 7 corners land would actually fall into his hands. And all of this was thanks to the array jade pendant that Su Huang gave him before his death. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. However, this was also good. With this place, he would have a place to stay outside of this world. Although the first in was not bad, Senior White, and the others were in love with him, and the lady boss took good care of him, it was still someone else's force after all. If he wanted to bring the people from the star boundary out in the future, he would need to have a base. This 7 corners land just happened to meet his requirements. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to return to the first inn, but to return to the star boundary. He had already obtained the world tree's roots, so it was time to see if they were useful to the star boundary. Just as he was thinking this, Chun Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Surrender! Don't kill me! I'm willing to surrender. Master, please spare my life." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Chen Tianfei in an extremely miserable state. He was suppressed by Lu Shui to the point that he could not even raise his head. There were many wounds on his body, and he was soaked in blood. It would not be long before he was killed on the spot. At this critical moment of life and death, he could not care about his dignity and face, and immediately surrendered. Lu Shui frowned and slowed down her attacks, turning her head to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring expression. Yang Kai was unmoved and said indifferently, Fei, I'm afraid it's too late to surrender now. What's more, even if you are willing to surrender, I don't have the ability to accept you. So please die quickly." He knew himself well. He was just a mere Emperor Realm Master. So how could he control a fourth-grade Heaven Splitter? Chapter 41-44. If Chen Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, Yang Kai might have been able to plant some kind of barrier in his Tao seal, but this fatty was a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai didn't have such means. What's more, he had killed so many people from Qi Xing this time. How could Chen Tianfei not have any resentment in his heart? It was easy to spare his life now, but the consequences of his retaliation in the future were hard to predict. Hearing this, Lu Shui launched another attack, forcing Chen Tianfei into a dangerous situation, walking the line between life and death, possibly dying at any moment. Chen Tianfei's face turned pale with fright. He knew that if he couldn't change Kai Yang's mind, then this time he would really be doomed. Dodging Lu Shui's killing move, he quickly shouted, "I have the Loyalty and Righteousness Manual. I am willing to offer it to Master to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the Loyalty and Justice chart was, but Lu Shui's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is in your hands." Yang Kai was puzzled and asked her with a divine sense message. After Lu Shui explained the effects of the Loyalty and Justice chart, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her hand. "Spare his life." Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Chen Tianfei's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai stepped down from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui, looking at Chen Tianfei and asking, "Where's the Loyalty and Justice chart?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Chen Tianfei's eyes, but he quickly took out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it up with both hands. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is here. Master, please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the Loyalty and Righteousness book flew into his hand. The book felt quite strange to the touch. This book seemed to be made from the hide of some kind of strange beast. The book was thick, and there were 3 large words written on its cover, Loyalty and Righteousness Book. Yang Kai flipped through it and found that the Loyalty and Justice chart only had 9 pages, each of which was blank. In addition, there was a small beast horn that was about the size of a finger, like a small bamboo shoot. Whether it was the Loyalty and Justice chart or this small horn, both faintly exuded the aura of a divine spirit. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This Loyalty and Righteousness Manual was refined from saint spirits, and he couldn't help but wonder which almighty expert had crafted it. It had to be known that every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank heaven splitter when they matured. It was extremely difficult to kill a divine spirit, let alone refine it into an artifact. As if noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, "This Loyalty and Righteousness chart is made from the skin and flesh of the Xieji. It has the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, Master." Xieji. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He naturally knew this name. It was also a divine spirit and ranked quite high on the Holy Spirit chart. It was rumored that the Xieji's angry eyes could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. It was extremely fair. So it wasn't surprising that an artifact refined from the Xie's body would have such an effect. Lu Shui continued, "Several thousand years ago, there was a fellow called the Loyalty and Justice Demon who used this loyalty and justice chart to enslave a group of heaven splitters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, it was the almighty experts of the heavenly paradise who destroyed him. However, although the loyalty and justice demon died, the minor universe world in his body didn't collapse and instead disappeared into the void. 200 years ago, someone discovered this clue in the star market. At that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight, and Crimson Star joined forces to search for the loyalty and justice demon's minor universe world. Although they successfully entered, they couldn't find the loyalty and justice chart. Everyone thought that the loyalty and justice chart had been destroyed or stolen by the people of the heavenly paradise, but who would have thought it would fall into your hands? Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at Chen Tianfei meaningfully. Zhao Baichuan probably didn't know about this loyalty and justice chart. So it seemed that this damn fatty wasn't that loyal to Zhao Baichuan. But then again, if he was really loyal, why would he not care about Zhao Baichuan's life and death and run for his life alone just now? How do I use this thing? Yang Kai asked. Without waiting for Lu Shui to explain, Chen Tianfei said, "As long as this lowly one leaves his name and aura on it, Master will be able to control my life and death." In order to survive, Chen Tianfei was going all out. Although after leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and justice chart, his life and death would be controlled by others, it was still better than being killed here. If one day you have second thoughts, Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. Absolutely not. If that day really comes, Master only needs to use this Xieji horn to cut off my name, and this lowly one will immediately die. But my cultivation is lower than yours. Yang Kai showed an awkward expression. Although this loyalty and justice chart is good, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents. It shouldn't be. Chen Tianfei was not so sure. Although he had experimented with the loyalty and justice chart after getting it, the subject of the experiment had a lower cultivation than him. He didn't know what it would be like to use the weak to enslave the strong. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Killing Chen Tianfei would not affect the overall situation, but if he was left alive, it would be somewhat useful. After all, Chen Tianfei was also a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so he was more or less a good fighting force. The most important thing was that this guy had been managing Crimson Star for many years, so it was obvious that he was a talent in this area. If people from the star boundary came, they would definitely need someone to take care of them. Although there was head chief Hua Qingxi and second chief Bian Yuqing in the High Heaven Palace, they were very unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, so with someone to help them, they would be able to integrate as soon as possible. This fatty was a good candidate. Not long after, Yang Kai made up his mind, opened the loyalty and justice chart, and said, "Leave your name." Chen Tianfei's anxious heart immediately relaxed, and he shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. This humble servant will serve the Master with all his might." Lu Shui cast a look of contempt at the side, but Chen Tianfei pretended not to see it. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit his finger, forced out his blood essence, and wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty and justice chart. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the loyalty and justice chart in his hand had a wonderful connection with Chen Tianfei, and he knew that the loyalty and justice chart had played a role. The rarest thing was that this loyalty and justice chart did not require him to refine it, and it would not cause him any burden. However, this was also a drawback. If he could not refine it, it meant that whoever controlled the loyalty and justice chart could control Chen Tianfei's life and death. After surrendering, Chen Tianfei's attitude became more and more respectful, and he immediately clamored to assist Yuhi in killing Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Yang Kai did not refuse and let him and Lu Shui go to help. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the fog, accompanied by Zhao Baichuan's angry shouts. In less than half an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the four people. Yuhi's face was slightly pale, but it was not serious. Lu Shui's lower abdomen had a dark red wound, dripping with blood, and Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Baichuan's figure was straight, standing in place, but there was no vitality, and his eyes were wide open, although they had the help of the Great Array. And the three of them had killed Zhao Baichuan. The final struggle of a fifth-grade heaven splitter before death was no small matter. However, Zhao Baichuan had died in the end. He had died in the Qiqiao land. An aura of world might spread out from his body, filling the surroundings and entering the void. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something extra in the Qiqiao land. He had noticed this phenomenon before. When he killed the other fourth-grade heaven splitters, such a situation also occurred. Every time they died, the mini-universe world in their bodies would collapse, and the world might would dissipate. However, although Yang Kai noticed it, he did not have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, carefully sensing it, he was surprised to find that the world might emitted from Zhao Baichuan's body had made the Qiqiao land more solid. This discovery surprised him. It seemed that he would have to go back and ask Yuhi what was going on. In a great battle, all the Crimson Star Heaven Splitters were killed except for Chen Tianfei, who had surrendered. The remaining soldiers had long fled. The battle here had caused too much noise, so they naturally noticed it and did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Kai and the others were busy, they left the Qiqiao land. Yang Kai did not want to keep them here. Some soldiers were not a threat, so there was no need to be afraid. Now, the Qiqiao land was his. Poor Zhao Baichuan had only been in possession of the Qiqiao land for a day before it changed owners. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Chen Tianfei was not dead, but he had become skin and bones, pitiful to the extreme. Everyone recuperated where they were. Yuhi recovered the fastest. She had not suffered any serious injuries, but the battle had consumed too much of her strength. After all, not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, she also had to pay attention to the outside world. When Yang Kai, Lu Shui, Bei Yushan, and Chen Tianfei were fighting, it was all thanks to her help. Originally, she did not understand why Chen Tianfei had changed sides, but after seeing the loyalty and righteousness chart, she immediately understood. With this thing, there was no need to worry about Chen Tianfei having second thoughts, unless he did not want to live. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. He smiled lightly. A heaven splitter has a miniature universe world inside their body. Although this miniature universe world is not a true world, it is still a part of the world. After a heaven splitter cultivator dies, this miniature universe world will collapse, and world might will leak out. This world might is greatly beneficial to any place. Take the Qiqiao land, for example. It can strengthen the foundation of the Qiqiao land and expand its area. It can do that. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yuhi smiled. Of course it can. Otherwise, where does young master think those paradise lands came from? They weren't born strong, but grew up bit by bit. Generations of experts passed away in their own blessed lands, using the power of the world to strengthen their own foundation. After countless years, the size and foundation of those blessed lands could be reached today. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then won't the Qiqiao land one day also become a paradise land? Although that's the case, if you want to do that, you'll need countless years of accumulation. Yang Kai said, if you find a few more heaven splitters to kill, Yuhi pursed her lips. That'll offend a lot of people. Yang Kai knew that this was an unrealistic idea, but it was also a way out. The current Qiqiao land is at least 10% stronger than before, Yuhi's words made Yang Kai overjoyed. Chapter 41-45. The Qiqiao Land's foundation wasn't just something visible to the naked eye. There were also many benefits that couldn't be seen or touched, such as world energy and world principles. As the foundation of the Qiqiao Land increased, the power of the defensive spirit array would also increase. There were many other benefits. It wasn't strange for it to have such growth. In this short period of time, at least several hundred heaven-opening realm masters had died in the Qiqiao Land. Dozens of heaven-opening realm masters from Qixing had been killed here. In the previous battle, the Qiqiao Land's heaven-opening realm masters had also died. Although they were all low-rank heaven-opening realm masters, there were still many of them. Even 7 or 8 mid-rank heaven-opening realm masters had died. The Qiqiao Land originally had 3 mid-rank heaven-opening realm venerables, but 2 of them had died, leaving only with Spirit Land's venerable Miaoyu to surrender and drag out an ignoble existence. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch himself had been assassinated by Yu Xiushan and Zhao by Chuan, dying an unnatural death. In this battle, 3 mid-rank masters had died. Then, Yang Kai changed his appearance and used Yuhi's heaven-opening realm power to kill the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and Zhao by Chuan. These were 5 more mid-rank masters. It was the world force released by the deaths of so many heaven-opening realm masters that filled the Qiqiao Land, allowing its foundation to grow significantly. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. However, the current situation was a bit awkward. In the entire Qiqiao Land, besides Yang Kai, Yuhi, Lu Shui, and Chen Tianfei, who had just surrendered, there was only the Scarlet Flood Dragon left. Such a large piece of land was empty and desolate. Yang Kai released everyone from the small sealed world bead and Guizian from his wish bag. Only then did he regain some vitality. When Guizian saw Chen Tianfei, he was shocked. He didn't know how this fatty had become so thin, but when he learned that the Qiqiao Land now belonged to Yang Kai, everyone was naturally jubilant. The aftermath of the battle was a headache, and the first to bear the brunt of it was the repair of the spirit array. The protective array was damaged in the previous battle, and it required a master who was proficient in array formations to repair it. It also required a lot of manpower and resources. Yang Kai did not lack resources. In the great cosmological realm, he had already made a lot of money. Now that he had killed Zhao Baichuan and even collected the 30% of Qixing's profits, it was not a problem to repair a 7-way land's protective array. The key was manpower. Where could he find an expert who was proficient in the Tao of formations? Even if he did, would he be trustworthy? These were all problems. In Yang Kai's plan, the 7 openings lands would be the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and also the foundation of everyone in the star boundary. But now, with so many things to do, he didn't know where to start. A few days later, the aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Everyone's injuries also improved a lot, especially Chen Tianfei. Although his body did not become fatter, he was no longer as weak as before. Meng Hong and the others came to bid farewell. He was a disciple of the Great Moon State. Previously, he was inadvertently involved in the great cosmological realm and had not been heard from for more than 10 years. The people of the Great Moon State must have thought that he had met with an accident. In the past 10 years, he had also made great gains in the great cosmological realm. After all, he had used the Tai Divine Purification Water to wash away the 3rd grade power in his Tao seal and replaced it with a 5th grade power. In the future, he had the potential to reach the 5th grade and split open the heavens. Once he grew to the 5th grade, the status of the Great Moon State would also rise with it. Now, he was the future hope of the Great Moon State. After returning, he would definitely be fully cultivated by the Great Moon State. Now that he had escaped from the great cosmological realm, it was natural for him to return to the Great Moon State to report his safety. Yang Kai did not ask him to stay. Before he left, he handed him a space ring. Meng Hong took it and checked it. His expression changed slightly. "Brother Yang, Meng Hong can't accept such a big gift." With that said, he was about to push it back. The contents of the ring were none other than a few sets of 5th grade resources, which were also the resources Meng Hong needed. Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Meng gave me a world fruit before. What's the big deal if I give you these now? To be honest, I'm the one who took advantage of you." Meng Hong's world fruit was a medium-grade world fruit, which could allow a medium-grade world fruit to advance to the 1st grade. Yang Kai did not have many of them, only 3. He knew that even if he returned the world fruit to Meng Hong, the other party would not accept it. Meng Hong was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and grudges. After receiving a favor, he would definitely find a way to repay it. Therefore, Yang Kai settled for the second best and gave him a few sets of resources. After all, Yang Kai had plenty of them. In terms of value, a medium-grade world fruit was not comparable to a few 5th grade resources. Seeing that Meng Hong still wanted to refuse, Yang Kai said, "Great Moon Province is only a 3rd grade force, and I've seen your leader. He's only a 3rd grade world fruit. Brother Meng, have you ever thought about how long it would take for Great Moon Province to gather all the resources you need to advance to splitting the heavens? Brother Meng, you have so many years ahead of you. So why waste them waiting? With these resources, Brother Meng can advance to splitting the heavens sooner and help the sect in turn." Although these words were a little harsh, they were the truth. Meng Hong was silent for a long time before he sighed heavily and put away the ring. "Brother Yang, this Meng will never forget your kindness." The main reason was that the financial resources of the Great Moon Province were indeed not strong enough. He could not bear to ask the sect to raise those level 5 resources for him. If he were to use all the power of the sect to support him, how would the other junior brothers and sisters cultivate? It was because of this consideration that he did not refuse again. Yang Kai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Meng, you're too serious. In addition, I've prepared some things for your 2 junior brothers, Old Fong, Daiyu, and Sunday. Please take them back." Meng Hong's 2 junior brothers had stayed with him in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. Yang Kai had prepared 4th grade resources for them. Although their foundation had been laid, and they had condensed 3rd grade power, it was not impossible for them to condense 4th grade power. In the future, when they reached 3rd grade world fruit, their strength would be stronger. As for Old Fong and the others, he had prepared 3 portions of Tai divine purification water. There were no yin-yang or 5 elements resources because Yang Kai did not know where their limits were and whether they should wash away the power in their Tao seals. If they intended to break and rebuild like Meng Hong and recondense the power of yin-yang or 5 elements, they would use the Tai divine purification water. After washing away the power, Yang Kai would prepare resources for them for cultivation. Meng Hong nodded and took it. After thanking Yang Kai again, he took his 2 junior brothers and said goodbye to Chen Yu. Yang Kai called Chen Tianfei and asked him to escort the 4 of them. The Kikikyo territory was not close to the large territory where the Great Moon Prefecture was located. They had to pass through several large territories. The journey was long, and it might be dangerous for the 3 of them alone. After all, they might encounter some robbers. It would be safer with Chen Tianfei, a 4th grade world fruit, to escort them. Meng Hong did not refuse. Chen Yu's force was located in the same large territory as the Great Moon Prefecture, so everyone was returning in the same direction. After a short while, the group of 5 passed through the gap in the array and disappeared. After watching Meng Hong and the others leave, Yang Kai turned around and glanced at Lu Shui. What are your plans for the future? She was originally a member of the Sword Pavilion. She had sought refuge with Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm just to seek a temporary peace. She had no home to return to outside the great cosmological realm. She had contributed a lot to helping Yang Kai kill the Qi Xing people. Speaking of which, Yang Kai wanted her to stay. After all, he needed people at this time. After Chen Tianfei was sent out, the only people he could use were Yu He, Guizian, and the others. Lu Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion when she heard this. Yang Kai did not urge her, but said, "If you want to leave, I won't keep you. I have prepared 100 million opening heaven pills for you, which should be enough to ensure that you have no worries about cultivation for the rest of your life. If you want to come to the Qiqiao land in the future, you are welcome to come back at any time. Of course, it would be better if you could stay." Lu Shui was slightly moved. 100 million heaven opening pills was not a small number, but Yang Kai being able to give it to her was a testament to his courage. Even though Yang Kai's wealth was now comparable to that of a nation's, who would complain about having too many heaven opening pills, it could be said that with this 100 million opening heaven pills, Lu Shui would no longer have to worry about her own cultivation resources in the future. She only needed to find a star city to cultivate, and there would always be a chance for her to advance to the 6th grade in the future. "Can I stay?" Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai laughed. "Of course you can, but you have seen the situation of the Qiqiao land now. As long as you don't mind, from now on, this will be your home." Lu Shui did not think too much and smiled. "I will stay." Yang Kai also smiled. "Then you are most welcome." Lu Shui bowed gracefully. Subordinate greets master. She did not look down on Yang Kai just because his cultivation was lower than hers. This was because she knew that once Yang Kai advanced to opening heaven pills in the future, it would be an achievement that she would have to look up to for the rest of her life, not to mention that he now had the ability to contend with a low-level opening heaven pill. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, "Since you have already addressed me as master, I will not treat you as an outsider. Now, there is something I need you to do." Lu Shui said seriously, "Master, please ask for instructions." Yang Kai took out a token and said, "Take this token to the first inn and find Madame Lan. Tell her about the situation here, and then have her find a formation grandmaster to help repair the defensive formation here." This token was none other than the token that the lady boss had given him. Yang Kai had used this token many times to collect debts from the various shops in Star City. Lu Shui received the token and said seriously, "Yes." Yang Kai then took out the map of the universe and pointed out the location for her. Only then did he say, "There is no time to lose. Set off now, be careful on the road, and return early." "Rest assured, master." After Lu Shui said this, she stepped on her sword and soared into the sky. If one wanted to repair the great formation of the Qiqiao land, they needed a formation grandmaster. Yang Kai did not have the connections in this area, but the lady boss definitely did. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for Lu Shui to report to the lady boss that she was safe so that she would not worry. Turning his head, he saw that Yu He was deeply worried. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. "Afraid that the lady boss will eat you? Since you are so afraid of her, why did you harm her in the first place?" Yang Kai did not quite understand this matter, but Yu He clearly had no intention of explaining. She only said angrily, "At worst, I will be beaten to death by her." Chapter 41-46. On a certain spirit mountain in the Seven Possibilities land, Yang Kai found a good place to take out Su Huang's corpse from his sealed world bead and placed it in the grave he had dug. After Su Huang's death, Yang Kai had stored his corpse in the sealed world bead. now that the seven possibilities land had fallen into his hands. Placing Su Huang's corpse back here could be considered returning him to his roots. After all, this seven possibilities land belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between Yang Kai and Su Huang. They were simply using each other. However, Yang Kai did obtain some benefits from him. The 6 Unity Wish Bag belonged to Su Huang, and if it weren't for the Grand Array Jade Slit Ring that Su Huang had given him before his death, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to easily recapture the 7 openings land. Yang Kai's actions could be said to be a gesture of gratitude. Just as he was about to fill in the grave in front of him, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out from the corpse. Yuhi's expression immediately froze as she stood in front of Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the two, a slightly illusory figure floated out from the corpse, dispersing as if it was blown away by the wind. This figure was Su Huang, a remnant soul. Yuhi frowned tightly. She was able to discern with a single glance that it was a remnant soul that floated out from the corpse. It didn't possess any lethality or threat, and she could easily annihilate this remnant soul on the spot. Thus, she wasn't as nervous as before. However, she couldn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in this corpse. Yang Kai also couldn't understand. Su Huang's corpse had been buried in the sealed world bead for many years without any abnormalities, but today there was some movement. On second thought, this might be a barrier Su Huang had set up when he was alive. Only when his corpse returned to the 7 possibilities land would the restriction be triggered, and this remnant soul would appear. What's the use of this remnant soul? Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he stared at him quietly. Su Huang's remnant soul floated midair and turned his head to look around. "You're back." He let out a long sigh filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the jade ring that was hidden in his sleeve suddenly flew out and fell into the hand of the remnant soul. Then Su Huang's remnant soul lightly brushed the jade ring and threw it back. Yuhi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. With a strange expression, she said, "One of the barriers in this jade ring has been removed. It should be something he did when he was alive." Yang Kai replied, "The formation jade originally belonged to Su Huang. Before his death, he had gifted it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had suspected that Su Huang was up to no good. Now, it seemed that Su Huang was right. If he didn't bring his body back to the 7 openings land, the final barrier of the formation jade slit ring wouldn't be removed. Even if he had the formation jade slit ring, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the defensive formation of the 7 openings land. I don't have much time. Come with me." Su Huang's remnant soul said again, and quickly floated forward. Yang Kai and Yuhi exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't ask anything because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang. It didn't have much ability to think and only acted according to the thoughts Su Huang had left behind before his death. Even if they asked him, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. They rushed forward, and after an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. This large hall was located in the Earth's spiritual land. It could be said to be the central hall of the 7 openings land. The 7 openings land was divided into 7 spiritual provinces. The arrangement of these 7 spiritual provinces was very interesting. The Earth's spiritual land was located in the center and occupied the most vast area. The metal, wood, water, and fire provinces were located on the left and right sides. The yin-yang spiritual land was located at the head and tail of the Earth's spiritual land. If one were to look down from above, the 7 openings land would look like a tortoise lying in the void. The tortoise's back was the Earth's spiritual land. Its front limbs were the metal and wood spiritual lands. Its back limbs were the water and fire spiritual lands. Its head was the yang spiritual land, and its tail was the yin spiritual land. It was very lifelike. As for the market square, it was a fragment of a world suspended above the tortoise's back. It was unknown which generation's master of the Seven Openings land had used a divine technique to move it here and use it as a trading ground. The place Su Huang's remnant soul brought Yang Kai, and He was the central hall of the earth, spiritual land. This was also the place where the Seven Openings heavenly monarch lived. The remnant soul rushed into the hall and turned left, and right before stopping in front of a wall. Everything here is yours. After the remnant soul finished speaking, he slammed into the wall and exploded into specks of fluorescent light. The fluorescent light covered the wall and quickly turned into a door. He and Yang Kai looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a change. The secret vault, He said excitedly. Yang Kai also raised his eyebrows. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was behind this door, it wasn't difficult to guess from what Su Huang's remnant soul had said. This was definitely the door to a treasure vault. The Seven Openings land had a treasure vault, but Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan had secretly colluded to kill the Seven Openings heavenly monarch. Zhao Baichuan obtained the Seven Openings land, and Yu Xiushan ordered people to sweep the Seven Openings land's treasure vault. In the past 2 days, Yang Kai had also inspected the entire Seven Openings land and naturally saw the treasure vault. It was empty inside. Yu Xiushan didn't even leave behind a single strand of hair. All the resources had been swept away, but now it seemed that the treasure vault was only the one on the surface. There was actually a secret vault here. It was unknown whether the Seven Openings heavenly monarch knew about the existence of this secret vault. Judging from the current situation, the Seven Openings heavenly monarch might not even know about it. Young master, be careful, He said and stepped into the door. Yang Kai followed closely behind, secretly on guard. An hour later, the two walked out of the door again. This door was indeed the door to the secret vault. There were many cultivation resources sealed inside, and it could be said that they had been accumulated for many years. If it were the previous Yang Kai, he would have been ecstatic, but he had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he took back the 30% of Qi Xing's gains. Facing the wealth in this secret vault, he wasn't too excited. In comparison, the wealth in this secret vault was only comparable to the 30% of Qi Xing's gains, or even slightly inferior. Although Qi Xing had only plundered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, there were countless good things in the great cosmological realm. The Qiqiao land was only a second-class force, and among the second-class forces, it was only at the lower middle level. Even if it had accumulated for countless years, how many precious resources could it have? It was just that there was a lot of things in this secret vault. This was an unintentional gain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world bead. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to enter this secret vault. He returned to the mountain again, filled in the grave, and erected an inscription. Only then was he done. Standing in front of Su Huang's grave, he took out the Grand Array jade slip and said, "Young master, you should refine this jade slip. Whoever controlled this jade slip would truly control the Seven Openings land." Previously, because of the urgency of the situation, Yang Kai had given the jade slip to you, to refine. After all, with her 5th grade heaven opening cultivation, it would be faster for her to refine it. Now that the Seven Openings land had changed owners, the Grand Array jade slip should naturally be returned to Yang Kai. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You keep it first." He asked, "Is young master worried that it will be inconvenient to refine it?" "It's fine. With my assistance, it should be completely refined in a few months." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not all because of this. I may have to leave this place temporarily after a while. At that time, I will need you to stay behind and keep watch." Where are you going, young master? He was surprised. I'm going home. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The following days passed peacefully. Yang Kai waited for Lu Shui's return while cultivating in seclusion. By now, he had condensed 4 types of heaven-opening force, namely wood, fire, earth, and water. For the fire attribute, he had comprehended the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect. For the earth attribute, because it came from the same source as his, he had also easily comprehended the dragon shield divine technique, greatly increasing its defensive power. However, he had no clue about the wood attribute and the newly condensed water attribute. Logically speaking, when comprehending the mysteries of each type of force to the extreme, it would be possible to derive a secret technique or divine technique, but unfortunately, Yang Kai still couldn't find a way to do so. When he was still in the great void boundary, he had been working hard on this, but unfortunately, even now, he had little success. A single divine technique aspect had allowed his strength to soar, allowing him to contend with a low-rank heaven-opening master with his strength as an emperor. So what if he comprehended 2, 3, or even more? Advancing to heaven-opening master was a slow and time-consuming process. Before this, he was still just an emperor realm master and needed to protect himself. This matter couldn't be rushed. On this day, while Yang Kai was comprehending, he suddenly received a message from you, causing him to open his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared beside you, At this moment, he was looking up. Ever since the last great battle, many flaws had appeared in the protective formation of the Qiqiao land. It was as if many cracks had appeared. Looking out from the largest crack, she could see many people gathered outside the Qiqiao land. Who are these people? Yang Kai asked. He replied, they are all representatives of the great forces in this large territory. They have probably heard that the Qiqiao land has changed masters, so they have come to pay a visit. Do you want to receive them? This large territory was called the Qiqiao land's territory because it was a second-grade force. However, the Qiqiao land was not the only force in the Qiqiao territory. There were other forces, but they were all third-grade forces or below. They were not presentable forces. The Qiqiao land changing masters was undoubtedly a big deal in the Qiqiao territory. Previously, many Crimson Star disciples had escaped, so this matter could not be hidden. They had probably heard some rumors and came to investigate. There were many things to be done in the Qiqiao land. Logically speaking, it was best to close the door and not meet them, so as to prevent others from seeing the truth and being targeted. However, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled. Since they are here to pay a visit, they will definitely send gifts. Why not take the benefits for free? Let them all in. He was speechless. Only she knew how rich Yang Kai was now. After all, in the great cosmological realm, she was the one who had exchanged benefits with Crimson Star. Previously, he had obtained the Qiqiao land's secret vault. So what good things could the gifts from these forces be? Her young master had fallen for money. Ah. Chapter 4147. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Qiqiao land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by heaven-opening realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, with a few second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor realm, which made Yang Kai quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a heaven-opening realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists. Golden Light docks, Hong Jie greets Madam. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yu He. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yu He hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Hong Jie was puzzled. "What was wrong? Please give me some pointers, Madam." They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Chiqiao land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yu He's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm not some madam, I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master." As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yu He's cultivation, and only the third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable, and was definitely a mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. But now, this mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again. "Greetings, Master." Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, "This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope Master can forgive me." Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. "Ignorance is bliss. Get up." "Thank you, Master." Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yu He. Now Yu He, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the Seven Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the Seven Openings territory, and also our fortune." This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before, they had to obey the Seven Openings Heaven Lord, but now they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the Seven Openings territory. However, even if they left the Seven Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, "This old man is rude. How should I address you? Master?" Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, "You can just call me Void Master." His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the Seven Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kai Tian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have a chat." Hong Jie bowed and said, "Then we will disturb Lord." A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yu He into the main hall. The main hall was spacious, and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the 7 Openings Heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Qiqiao lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven-opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and a 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate True Monarch." As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This lord will remember." Tilting his head, Yu He accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, Lord." To Yang Kai, this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajra dew was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value was not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts, and had Yu He accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand, and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Yang Kai could understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Yang Kai soon learned that in the territory of the 7 Openings land, in addition to the grade 2 Openings land, there were 7 other grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Yang Kai realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 Openings land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 Openings land. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yu He. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 Openings land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby large territories, only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Yang Kai was not very proficient in the ways of governing, he knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Yuhi, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered a favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with than the Seven Openings land. The Seven Openings land is already dead, and the Seven Openings land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Yang Kai looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course, with a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, our Void Land territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Yang Kai only wanted to change the name of the Seven Openings land, but he directly changed the name of the Seven Openings land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang boasted shamelessly, of course. Suddenly, he frowned. However, our Void Land has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I ordered people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish, Hong Jie said, Rest assured, true monarch, once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help. However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples, and can only transfer 500 people. I hope True Monarch can be magnanimous. Ooh, immediately, someone stood up. Reporting to True Monarch, our Flying Crane sect can also transfer 500 disciples. One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The 7 forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Yang Kai smiled and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven opening pills per day was not a lot, 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Yang Kai. After all, even if Yang Kai did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 41-48. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders, while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 Openings land was their high sect, but now it was the Void Land. Yang Kai's performance was completely different from the 7 Openings' heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds, just like Yang Kai's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Yang Kai knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, reporting to True Sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people. Another great emperor said, my Golden Sun continent can send 35 people. In order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a third-layer Emperor realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak, and how many third-layer Emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the Star Boundaries Foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or Golden Sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the Star Boundary, so having a few dozen third-layer Emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven-opening pills. Now that they had come to Yang Kai's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a third-class force could send. Yang Kai waved his hand. As you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally 2 heaven-opening pills per person per day. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed. Many thanks, true sovereign. In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the third-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, they had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to Yuhi to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hong Jie and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Yang Kai, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the Void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts. On this day, Yang Kai was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. There was a strange space in it, and Zhu Jiuyin was sleeping in it. At this very moment, Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhu Jiuyin's aura was recovering. This fellow was finally waking up. Yang Kai felt a little tired. He originally thought that with a powerful Holy Spirit as his protector, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 worlds in the future. At least no one would dare to provoke him. Who knew that once they left the great cosmological realm, this woman would fall into a deep sleep. Even when dealing with existences like Qi Xing, Yang Kai had to fight a battle of wits and courage with them, which made him mentally exhausted. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin faintly woke up, and her voice rang in the depths of her heart. "How long have I been asleep?" "About 3 months," Yang Kai replied. After sensing carefully, Zhu Jiuyin's aura was still a little weak. It seemed that the injury on her origin had not healed yet. "Where is this place?" Zhu Jiuyin asked again. "Originally, it was the Qiqiao land. Now, it's the Void land, my territory." As soon as his voice fell, he felt an itch on the back of his hand. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of him, turning into Zhu Jiuyin's appearance. It had to be said that this woman was a natural beauty. Her face was stunning, her figure was hot, and her eyes were full of love. Especially now that her origin was injured, Her eyebrows were slightly knitted, which filled her with a delicate and pitiful look. Any man who saw her could not remain indifferent. And with her appearance, the strange pattern on the back of Yang Kai's hand also slowly dissipated and soon disappeared. A terrifying divine sense, with Zhu Jiuyin as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable horror rose in everyone's heart. In the void land, thousands of disciples from various forces all turned pale. Hong Jie and the others even opened their eyes wide and looked towards the place where Yang Kai was in seclusion. All of them felt their hair stand on end, and their souls almost left their bodies. But very soon, the divine sense was retracted. Zhu Jiuyin was only checking the situation here and did not have any other intentions. What was that? Was that feeling just now an illusion? Hong Jie and the others were still in a state of shock. In the secret room, Zhu Jiuyin glanced at Yang Kai and said while holding her forehead, "Since I have come out, the space will collapse on its own." Yang Kai was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that I won't be able to put you away in the future?" Zhu Jiuyin nodded lightly and looked as if her head was about to split open. Even her aura was fluctuating. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. He was still thinking that after Zhu Jiuyin recovered, he could use her as a trump card. In the future, when he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly release Zhu Jiuyin, who knew that the pattern in space on the back of his hand had collapsed on their own. This plan fell through, which made him feel a little regretful. He did not know if the Rui pouch could contain her, but even if it could, Zhu Jiuyin would probably not be willing. After all, although the space in the Rui pouch could be big or small, it was extremely crowded. "I was born in the great cosmological abyss and grew up in the great cosmological abyss. Now that I am in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust to gradually adapt to the laws of the outside world and return to my peak. Before that, you have to behave yourself and not provoke too powerful enemies. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." Yang Kai was stunned. How long will it take? He really did not expect this, but it was not strange after thinking about it. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a saint spirit, she was a native of the great cosmological abyss after all. She naturally needed a process of adaptation in the trichiliocosm. Who knows? Zhu Jiuyin slowly shook her head. "What's more, my origin is still damaged, and I need to recuperate." As she said that, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Her voice entered Yang Kai's ears. "I will be in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless there is something." Yang Kai bared his teeth. This Tao protector did not have the awareness of a Tao protector at all. Yang Kai regretted it so much. If he had known, he would have cooperated with Jin Wu. At least Jin Wu could provide him with the power of the metal element. The door of the secret chamber was opened, and Yuhi rushed in nervously. "She's awake?" Yang Kai nodded. "Where is she?" Yuhi did not understand. "She went to find a place to cultivate in seclusion." "I don't know where she is," Yang Kai replied. Yuhi closed her eyes and connected her mind to the defensive formation of the void land. She checked the 7 spirit states and soon found traces of Zhu Jiuyin. This woman had entered the largest palace and was adjusting her breath. She seemed to have noticed that someone was spying on her and looked up to glare. Yuhi stuck out her tongue and looked away. Yang Kai also sighed. "What a tragedy!" Sigh. As he was talking, he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and checked it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Good news is coming." Yuhi asked curiously, "What good news?" "Lady Boss is here." Yang Kai smiled brightly. He stood up and rushed outside. But after a few steps, he suddenly reacted and looked back. He saw Yuhi standing there with a pale face. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked like she was out of her wits. Yang Kai walked back and held her hand. He comforted her. You have to face what you have to face. Just admit your mistakes and apologize. Lady Boss is a sentimental person. She won't do anything to you. Yui bit her red lips and nodded. Let's go and welcome Lady Boss with me. Yang Kai pulled her and ran out. When Hong Jie and the others saw Yang Kai, they all bowed. Yang Kai didn't bother to greet them and went straight to an open space, looking up at the sky. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared at the gap in the array and fell straight down. When it came close, the light scattered, revealing several figures. The one in the lead was a woman in a palace robe. She had a dignified bearing and a myriad of graces. When the male disciples of the third-class forces saw her, they couldn't help but gasp, infatuation filling their eyes. Who else could it be but Lady Boss? Hong Jie and the others had solemn expressions. They were all lower-grade heaven splitters, so they could clearly feel that this beautiful woman was actually a peak mid-grade heaven splitter. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Yuhi by the true monarch's side. These days, they had all figured out that Yuhi was a fifth-grade heaven splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a fifth-grade heaven splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a sixth-grade heaven splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually 2 mid-grade heaven splitters whose auras were comparable to Yuhi's. There was also one who should be a 4th-grade heaven splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become the master. Just as they were in shock, Yang Kai had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, "This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you." Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Kai, and she exhaled. "You're not dead yet," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Thanks to Lady Boss. Everything is fine." You're fine. I'm not fine." At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jie and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. Chapter 40, 149. Pung, 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 pung. The Lady Boss wanted to hit him, but Yang Kai had no strength to fight back. However, the Lady Boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven-opening realm strength. Yang Kai's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the Lady Boss. After beating him, for a while, the Lady Boss suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "As long as you're happy, how could he not be happy?" Ever since he came to this world, the Lady Boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Yang Kai was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the Lady Boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The Lady Boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Yang Kai's head, viciously saying, "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future." What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Yang Kai grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The Lady Boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her. "Great Master Wu Liang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Yang Kai heard this, how could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the lady boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Yang Kai greets Great Master Wu Liang." Great Master Wu Liang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the lady boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." "Of course." Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Lu Shui, show Great Master Wu Liang around." Lu Shui, who had returned with the lady boss and the others, immediately replied, "Yes." He extended his hand and gestured, "Grandmaster, please." Great Master Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed, closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai calmed down. This Wu Liang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to give the lady boss and the others a welcome dinner and let this Wu Liang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Liang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Yang Kai wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the lady boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Liang left, only the lady boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the lady boss, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the lady boss and left Yang Kai alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Yang Kai with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the lady boss had been worried about Yang Kai's safety. So how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Yang Kai appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Then he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since Yuhi had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake, and was facing her parents. "Yuhi," Yang Kai called out softly. Yuhi moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the lady boss, and then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister." The lady boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Yuhi. Yui's countenance suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this, yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yuhi even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the sun lock ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the lady boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the lady boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the lady boss and had followed her for many years, so it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for? Yong Kai still intended to console you, when the lady boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally, and shot an apologetic glance at you, before he hurriedly chased after her. Yui's countenance turned even paler, while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out a long sigh. If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. He was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily, You're still alive? All those years ago, she'd personally witnessed Bai Chi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm while the five elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Chi had perished in the sunlocked ground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Yong Kai over, and her mind was in chaos. So she hadn't noticed Bai Chi's aura at all. At this moment, she was shocked when she saw Bai Chi in person. Bai Chi looked at her indifferently and said, If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now. If Bai Chi died, then the lady boss would definitely not let you off and would definitely kill you, to avenge Bai Chi. It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the lady boss didn't kill you, this time. You should thank Yong Kai. Bai Chi sighed lightly. He was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Yong Kai. All those years ago, the lady boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Chi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Yong Kai had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Yong Kai in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the lady boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Yong Kai would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean. Unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe, only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Yong Kai didn't know the value of this item, but how could the lady boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin, yang, and the five elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens. There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Qi didn't explain too much. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yuhi's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word concerned continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Bai Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yuhi hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the earth, spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Yang Kai would reward them. Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious. The lady boss looked around and said casually. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "The one next to it isn't very convenient." The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken." The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yang Kai. "Is it that Zhu Jiuyin?" Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her. So she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Jiuyin was a holy spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence. So she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yuhi had captured him and was going to take him to Tsuwei Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunderlight Sword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunderlight Sword Pavilion by himself. establishing an invincible majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Juin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then, the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yong-kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yong-kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yong-kai didn't notice, but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated his contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for his help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yong-kai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You've said so much, lady boss. Have a drink." Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yong-kai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yong-kai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Qi said with a smile. Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yong-kai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly. "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yong-kai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Qi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yuhi. "Yuhi, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement, and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yuhi, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm, there was no mercy at all. Yong-kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop!" But Bai Qi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yong-kai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Qi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. AI. In the end, You have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed, as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yuhi without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yang Kai had already rushed to Yuhi's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Qi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Qi attacked, Yuhi did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yuhi slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked at Bai Qi gratefully. She knew that Bai Qi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Qi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Qi had said before, Yuhi had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the lady boss treat Yuhi nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Qi's heart. Not taking Yuhi's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Qi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yuhi's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi Jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. "I was wrong. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yuhi's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with Yuhi in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi Jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanxiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally, Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people, Qi Jin, Ling Chuanxiu, and Yuhi. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yuhi naturally wouldn't forget it. So as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yuhi bowed and kowtowed, and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little Sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yuhi raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Chi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yuhi to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, she actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, Yuhi was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter, but Yuhi was a 5th-grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over. So how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of you. He, like a ghost, raised her hand and grabbed her wrist and looked down at her with a complicated expression. Yuhi raised her head and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.